do it.
We have four.
I could have worked that.
We got four. Doug, come over real quick. Oh,
Let's see, we got three. How many do we need, Darrell? Four?
Need one.
One more.
All right, we need the mayor to go sit over there real quick.
Okay.
No, that's counting him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
Well,
okay, then.
I'm going to go ahead and call the city council side to order this special meeting at 5:01, realizing that we are lacking a member at the PCDC board, which you should have shortly. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment in accordance with the Texas Attorney General's opinion. Any public comment that's made on any item that is not on the published final agenda will only be heard by City Council. No formal action, discussion, deliberation, or comment will be made by the City Council. Each person providing a public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. Trista? No one? Anybody here? We got time? Come on, Shirley. Surely somebody wants to make public comment. Okay. Thank you very much. That concludes item number 2. So we're just waiting on another board member.
One person.
Can we have conversations about it?
Yeah, absolutely. Just no serious action. The board just can't take action because they don't have a quorum.
Right. Well, I think we ought to have at least one more.
If Caesar were here, they'd have a quorum.
Right, if Caesar were here, they would have. I'm glad he can add for
Be careful with that water, it's wet. Because of the rain, it's wetter than usual.
That's a terrible joke.
Just dried from that.
The bride's side is heavily loaded.
This is my side.
That's your side.
Do we have any communication from the other board members? Are we aware if they are en route?
I have not. What I do know is that 2 had expressed specific interest to be here. 1 may have had a conflict, and I wasn't sure about Caesar, so now I know that he was not be able to be here.
Let's see. I can see the door.
I like how he put the express interest in being here. Well, okay, how did your event go with the citizens?
The
open house?
The open house, we had 220 in person and 200 online.
Oh, wow.
So I got some pretty heavy hitting questions out the gate. But again, you have to take that with a grain of salt, so to speak, because some of the questions that were asked by potential candidates. So you have to take that with a grain of salt. They're still citizens. They have every right to ask any question that they want. But sometimes whenever you open yourself up to those types of question time periods, you're going to get questions that allows that person to kind of shine a little bit and get some kind of recognition in that moment, I guess you could say.
So not necessarily a question, but a statement?
Yes, it was more heavily on the question side with an implied statement on the back end.
Or vice versa? Okay.
Okay, but the ones that were not those kinds of questions, what kind of questions did you get? What were the people most interested in?
Mostly they were interested in, all of the questions were the implied questions. I mean, most of the questions kind of centered around our budget, what we spend on, what our debt ratio is to our revenue, kind of the previous and current projects that we're working on. So it really kind of ran, I guess you can say, across the spectrum. There was a lot of interest in more information on what we're doing with startups. So that was encouraging to see that there were people who just wanted assistance in startup and wanted more information in like venture capitalists and stuff like that. So that was encouraging to see
So
that there was interest.
the 200 that were online, what was kind of the complexion or profile of those individuals?
I don't have that information, but I can get it. Because I also think it's important to kind of, if we can identify
Do
exactly
you have a
where they
record
are.
of who?
Yeah, if they're in Pflugerville or the ETJ, I think that's really good information to have. So definitely want to get that information.
Well, at least it tells you people are paying attention or excited.
Yeah, they definitely. I mean, the energy in the room was good. I think we want to hear more from the public instead of. I'm okay with 20 and I'm okay with 200 online, but I want people who are really seeking to understand what economic development is and what it can do, and I want to make them comfortable with asking questions. So we've already sat down and had some one-on-ones with the people who attended the meeting because they had some ideas as to what could be done in the community. So, we've done Zoom calls. We have some in-persons that are scheduled. But if we're not in meetings, and I just got through saying this to our PCDC attorney, if we're not in meetings and if we're not working on projects, we should be talking with the public. So whoever comes to that doorway, there is no excuse if we're not in a meeting. We should make ourselves available to them.
I love it. I like the initiative too.
And, I'm sorry, Jerry, is there a PCDC attorney present today?
Yes.
Yes.
Brad Bullock is here.
Is that your normal attorney?
No. So Josh is
Okay.
our normal attorney. He is in another city and could not get out of representing the other city.
Welcome, Brad. What's your experience in economic development?
I've been the general counsel, interim general counsel for Buda EDC. I also represent several cities. I'm also the general counsel for the Lockhart EDC. So I've been doing this for a long time.
Okay.
So a long time is how many years?
Well, let's see, I've been representing cities for about 25 of my 30 years as a lawyer.
Okay.
By chance or on purpose?
Well, in 1999, that's who hired me. So I went to work for the city of San Antonio at that
Okay.
time, and spent almost all my career since then, mostly in private practice, representing cities. I'm a partner at Messer Ford.
Oscar is on the way.
I'm sorry.
Board member Mitchell is on the way.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it sounds like Jeff is out of town. So Oscar or Adam would be our
Yep, this
our
Mitchell,
best
he's
bet.
on the way.
Right.
Do we want to flip and talk about the budget?
Yeah.
You want to start?
You want to do next time?
Okay. So let's move to 3B, which is the FY '26 budget preparations and budget assumptions for the General Fund, PCDC Development Corporation, General Debt Service, and Hotel Occupancy Tax Fund. And we can have that conversation.
All right. Yeah, can you guys hang out with us for a little bit?
Absolutely.
While we call some other folks up.
We know y'all don't want to go in the rain.
As we're organizing, I just wanted to share some thoughts, council members, before Tracy begins. And as we begin those discussions, I prepared some notes. This has been an interesting budget season, different than what I've experienced here before. We're confronting a challenge like many communities in Texas where costs are rising revenues have flattened. Inflation, development slowing down, increased operational expenses have required us to stretch every dollar even more this year. That means significant reductions in M&O. In response, every city department came together and reduced their M&O budget, totaling $1.2 million of reductions from the previous year. This was a citywide staff effort to cut spending while preserving the services that our residents rely on most. So I'll go through a little bit of those reductions, talk a little bit about that broadly. We've reduced the employee referral program, appreciation funds for our employees. We've decreased training significantly. We've decreased tuition reimbursement, decreased travel, decreased memberships. We've lowered our contribution to dependent health care and increased employee health care buy-in for a PPO. And because of rising health care costs, many of our employees will not fully realize a 3% increase of cost of living adjustment this year on their paycheck because of the need to fund dependent health care for their families. We've reduced the sick leave incentive, the wellness program, claim reimbursements, recruitment bonuses for those hard-to-fill positions, and eliminated the intern program citywide. We've frozen new hires for now and next year on some of those positions. We are not adding new positions, and we are reducing staff numbers. These changes may impact our ability to recruit, to retain, and to grow talent. And specifically, these are people that matter deeply to providing the service to our community and to those who we are as an organization. I'm not proud to make those changes, but we are committed to making the most reasonable choices. For aquatics next year, I'll go through some public-facing cuts. For aquatics next year, we're going to close Windermere Pool and reduce Scott Mincer Pool to be closed an additional day during the week. We're not adding new parks this year. We are taking on added maintenance and operations costs for parks and facilities that have already opened or recently expanded, understanding now that building new parks will create, of course, more cost in the future. We have reduced budget for expanding the library collection compared to previous years. For example, digital platforms like Hoopla will be lowering the monthly check-in limit from 7 to probably 4 or 5. Programs like Teen Court, Pause Trunk or Treat, Fun Camp, and our senior and recreation activities will continue, though they will operate with fewer amenities in each of those programs or decreased days of service. The city's direct financial contribution to the fireworks display for July 4th has been removed for next year. We continue to see steady growth in ridership in our Fetch a Ride program. Our proposed budget reflects a more conservative increase below the program's organic growth rate. Behind the scenes, we're scaling back services like mowing and janitorial work. Funding for contracted tree repair has been removed. If we face a major need like a storm outage, we'll figure that out when we cross that bridge if we need to. We reduced mowing schedule. It means we will experience slightly longer grass and more natural-looking landscapes. It may not look exactly what we have grown accustomed to, but it reflects our efforts to stretch resources while still maintaining safe and usable spaces. Mowing in our community parks will shift from every 7 days to once every 10 days. Pocket parks, trails, and greenbelts will be mowed every 21 days rather than every 14 days. And the contract for cleaning park restrooms will be reduced from 4 days a week to 3 days a week. On the revenue side, that's the part of the equation that we don't get to control a whole lot of. With decreasing development, we're starting to see that. Property taxes, sales tax, and development-related revenue hasn't kept pace with rising cost. We balance this budget by reducing expenses. While we are proposing a very modest increase in user fees, such as facility needs, those small adjustments don't come close to closing the gap that we'll talk about. Still, we've worked hard to protect the core services that the community depended on. Even in the face of these challenges, our mission remains unchanged: to serve this community with excellence, with transparency, with care. This proposed budget really represents a thoughtful and, I believe, responsible approach, one that preserves what matters most while positioning the city for long-term stability financially. With these changes, we're proposing a balanced budget and hopefully setting a stage for future years. This may have been one of the toughest times of us taking a look at, whenever I talk about, some of y'all heard from me a week or two ago, when we faced a $3.2 million shortfall on the operations side. Let me be very clear, not confuse INS with M&O. This is on the operations side. As you know, a large percentage of that is personnel. So those were those tough conversations of, to be frank, do you do layoffs? Do you stop Deutschenfest at 200,000? Do you stop doing whatever those is? So we hope that we come to you with some sort of, I can't read all of y'all's minds on what y'all would have cut, but that's where we started. Cutting benefits impacts many of our employees at that lower line level. And at 60 some odd, 70% of our staff is out there in the ditches, and this is who it impacts. Our health care, on dependent health care, just to kind of give you an idea, we always wanted to pay for 50% of that dependent health care, and that's just going up. So even maintaining at 50%, those employees that are making $30 an hour or less, and I don't know exactly where it is, but I ran some numbers on 30, they're not going to see an increase for their cost of living that's impacting them and their families. For us to stay competitive, we are still researching what other peer cities are doing, and we will continue to do so. I wouldn't say we're on the high end of that market. Our compensation and benefits is mid, I would argue, in that point. What I do recognize is that we're going to try to do a whole lot with less. I'm trying to not hit the forward-facing part of our business, but I'll just throw out some numbers. I mean, if you were to stop doing Fun Camp, it's over 200,000. I didn't think y'all were willing to do so yet. I can't promise what the economy looks like. I am not an economist, but I'm not seeing great days ahead for reoccurring O&M expenses. If you look at 5 years ago, we're reducing that rate of O&M significantly. So on the tax rate, what you're seeing is we have some assumptions on the voter approval rate, but even at that 3.5%, I mean, if y'all wanted to go line by line, you one day will, and we'll send that to you, not today, but you'll see that that doesn't keep up with the cost of doing operations. It doesn't keep up with the cost, and to be frank, where we need to fix that equation is on the development side and really focus on how do we maintain more revenues to keep the quality of life piece that we have in Pflugerville. So today we come to you very humbled with many, many hours put in and a lot of thought of just moving the shells around and figuring out where do you cut. We're happy to hear any ideas that you have. I have a lot of really bad ideas sometimes. Like, I really feel that we should light up the water tower with your favorite color for $100. And I feel like maybe somebody could go to training on that money. I don't know. All kidding aside, I'd like to introduce Tracy. Impeccable amount of work and a lot of thought and very forward thinking of trying to be creative in how that we manage quite a shortfall. Tracy, on that good note, you're welcome.
Good evening. Yes.
Tracy, let me start out by asking you two questions about inflation, because obviously that is a huge part of the projections end of the year. What is your projection in terms of our expenses, overall inflation rate, and what are we looking at for inflation on our healthcare expenses?
Right now, we have a 5% plugged in. We kind of cover that during the presentation for healthcare. We have to start somewhere. Part of that is you could make plan changes as well if it comes in really high and we've only plugged in 5%. I mean, we do have some flexibility there. On the inflation we basically went back to a base budget. After requests were sent in and we are looking at revenue and realizing that revenue is not going to cover the requests, we really had to go back to fiscal 25's base. So I wouldn't say that inflation is necessarily built into this budget. We had to make cuts to get it to balance.
So Tracy, I know we've historically always budgeted very conservatively. I mean, really conservative. Mm-hmm. And given what Serena has expressed in her presentation, are we having to be even more conservative, or in terms of what we've done in the past? I think, I almost feel like we ought to come out net zero here somewhere.
Yeah, I feel like I'm actually being a little more conservative this year because, as you will see in our presentation, some of the revenue projections that we did step out with, we're not meeting. So now it's time for us to be a little bit more conservative and make sure that we...
Revenue projections for this year.
Yes. We'll go through sales tax, et cetera. Councilmember Rogers, if I can, on the healthcare side, the way that you get creative with that 5% increase, I'll give you an example. I had told employees last year that we one day are going to think about, and we're going to have to do it this year, is things like if your spouse can be covered on their insurance, if they have it provided, then we won't provide that insurance. So we're doing things. We have a buy-in. I mentioned an increase on that buy-in. So there's now going to be a higher buy-in for a PPO. And I'll be real frank with you, we haven't messaged all of this to the organization. They can obviously hear it now, but we're going to have to do those things unless you tell me to cut services to the public. And I don't want to put you in that position. I'm going to try to do the best that we can and be fair to our employees and stay competitive. But there are going to be shifts to that plan and how that we manage that. We provide a high deductible plan. I could go into an hour of it. I won't. But no, there's a lot of thought through every bit of how do we stretch those dollars on health care.
I think it's always important to note, though, that our people are the way that we provide services to our community. So we need to make sure we continue to take care of them. Tracy, I'm curious, you've mentioned the revenue side. That's where I think a lot of this is coming from. And hopefully you'll get to it in the presentation. I'm just curious if we're seeing a unique revenue challenge in Pflugerville, or if this is an economy-wide revenue challenges. Is this something that other cities are also experiencing with not attaining projections, or is there something specific to Pflugerville that is causing revenue to be projected much lower?
I mean, I
And
know.
let's be clear, when we're talking about looking at other pure cities, let's talk about the region.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what the cities around. I know we've been getting reports from all the cities that everybody's struggling at this point. Now, are the struggles the same? I don't really know. On property tax and on sales tax, I have a feeling we're all kind of in the same boat. One of the biggest things that's affected us is development services fees on planning fees and building fees. And those are quite a bit below what our projected were this year. And so I can't speak to other cities if they're having those same kind of struggles.
Well, there are a number of factors that are built into those fees that are different for Pflugerville
Right.
as opposed to Kyle or
Right.
Ed or whoever. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm guessing.
And-
And some are built out, some aren't.
Yeah,
There's-
that's
Yeah.
something that we always have to take into consideration. To what the mayor was saying is that, half of our citizens aren't here yet. So a lot of the times
Right.
when you look at those fees are to compensate for us to build out and extend what we're doing, as opposed to a built-out city like Round Rock or Cedar Park, and how that goes.
Right. And when you look at historical, how we were trending, it seemed reasonable that we trended the way we did. And it just kind of like, the bottom fell out.
So back to Councilman Rogers' point about inflation and how it's compensated or looked at. So you looked at 5% for this year. What has the trend been? Let's say we're trying to cut off the pandemic years. Let's say even the last couple of years. Let's say the last 2 years. Has it been around 5%?
Was it a 5% overall or 5% health care specific?
Was that germane to only healthcare, or was that overall?
The 5% was specific to healthcare.
Okay. What about overall? I'm so sorry, my
So
fault.
we didn't apply an inflation factor.
Okay.
We actually came back and made cuts.
Zero-based
Okay.
budgeting.
So the agenda today, this is the first of several budget work sessions we will have. So this is a high level, just giving you kind of where we are at this point. So we will be discussing property values, tax rates, debt payments, sales tax, general fund assumptions. We'll look at the hotel occupancy tax fund and the PCDC fund. So on property values, the items on the screen specific to appeals and new valuation, those are important because they factor into the tax rate calculation. So for 25, Travis County appeals was at 109 million. That lowered our appraised value by that amount. Last year we were at 28.5 million. So it's a pretty good gap from those. And new valuation, we're only seeing 159 million in new valuation, whereas last year we were at 246 million. So the chart kind of shows you the year-over-year growth that we have been seeing, and you can see in 22 and 23, we were seeing pretty significant percentage growth, and over the last couple of years, only a 7 or a 6% growth year-over-year. So all of those play into to what we're talking about tonight.
So
Well-
my question is that, oh, I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead.
So, I mean, I'm always encouraging people to appeal whatever their appraisal value is. I mean, you're doing yourself a favor and someone else behind you too behind that. But as you said, success rate was quite significant as compared to the previous year. Is that atypical from what we've seen? The number of people who are appealing, is that what it is? I mean, that's a large, I mean,
No,
the
these
gap
are
is quite significant.
Court
Yeah.
appeals, so they're larger. They're not your appeals.
So these are the commercial businesses.
These are like Chapter 42
Okay.
court appeals.
Can you explain that for the public, please? Or just a high level?
Yeah.
Give a layman's
They
definition of that.
have literally gone to court to fight their values, and so at the end of the day, there's a settlement, and they settle on a lower value.
So there may or
this
may
is the value that changed for us.
So there may or may not be Fortune 50 companies that go across the state and may appeal what their appraisal value is, and they may want the same appraisal value here as if you lived in a small place in East Texas. And ultimately, a court decides whether or not that's a substantive argument or they have a settlement, and you're saying that's what is the significant portion
On the
of that
appeals,
deviation between the two.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's court appeals. I do want to point out on the 12.6 billion valuation for 2025, I've only allocated 80% of what's under protest. I always do that with preliminary, so that way we don't get stung when certified rolls come in. So we've already factored in a little bit off of what is under protest at this point.
Do we know, if you can't answer this, do we know is there a significant commercial actor in Pflugerville that has appealed and been successful? I'm sure there's several.
I don't know the companies
You
that
don't know.
appeal.
I have one that comes to mind.
I haven't dug into who those are,
Same ones that are looking for reimbursement.
probably. So property tax revenue, just looking at this at a glance, fiscal 25's budget, we budgeted 28.4 million. We're projecting 28. The difference there is a calculation error in the TERS. Just want to point out, we received base values for the TERS areas. There was an error in those base values, so when we actually got the correct base value, it affected how much the general fund could keep. So that is something that plays into how much we're bringing in property tax, and so.
Is that a one-year mistake, or is that a multi-year mistake that they made?
It was the base value that we relied on to create the budget was a lot higher than the corrected base value, which
But
was
that
a
will
loss to the
carry
general
moving forward.
fund.
But that base
But
value
it's
should have
fixed
been
now, and it will
established.
move forward. Well, it was
years
the base year was 2022.
Okay, and so it's been wrong
So
since
fiscal
22?
23 was the first year that we would have had that base value.
And then how does that base value error figure into 3.5% voter approval rate growth? Is
I'm
that-
sure it would have factored into the calculation
But-
for that year.
He was saying how.
But since since that base has now changed, does that change the basis for our 3.5% calculation, our voter approval calculation?
No, because we're using all the correct calculations
Do
now.
we use the total including the additional value?
We have to use the new base value, which is lower than the original value they gave us.
So it's 3.5% off of
It's
28.
decreasing the amount that we are keeping in the general fund and putting more to the TERS.
Okay, that was my question. It's a
Yes.
shift.
So the
Between
base
one fund
value
and
was
the other.
reported a lot higher. Now that it's been corrected lower, that growth in that area within the TERS, that goes to the TERS. So more is going to the TERS, which leaves less for the general fund.
What was the
and
delta?
It was like,
462?
Oh, in the valuation.
no, it was like 418 million was the original base. They came back with 192 million.
Oh,
Yeah, it was big. It was a big change.
I mean, it looks like
How do we know that that one is the correct one?
Many months of going back and forth and them
Okay.
telling us this is the final, and I mean, we,
So I'm trying to
So
I'm trying
over
to think
50%
through
decrease?
how the 3.5% is calculated, and that's going to be when we're calculating the 3.5% from last year.
the 3.5% will always be off of whatever your no new revenue rate is being calculated.
Downside of the TERS.
So whatever that no new revenue rate is, the 3.5% is always on top of that.
True, but then in addition to that is the increase in, the new property. So we
You
do the
take that out.
3.5%, and then we add the new property.
Correct.
But if we lost property, we essentially lost $300 million worth of value from the TERS adjustment.
yeah.
Does that,
We lost it in one bucket.
We lost it in one bucket.
It went into the TERS.
but since that's
Yeah.
going into the TERS,
Yeah, the TERS properties are one component of the overall,
Okay.
like, properties within the city.
so splitting this out does
Yeah,
not
so all this
change
does is
the
it just
math.
changes, it just shifts where a portion of that money from that tax levy goes. You're still taxing that 12 billion of properties,
So-
it's
so
just,
the-
some of it's attributed more or less to TERS.
Okay.
When will be the next? Okay, so you said that base value is from 2022 or 2023?
I think their base value is 2022.
2022.
From the revised TERS.
Yeah.
Or the new or second TERS.
Does this trigger reallocation for prior years?
That's what I was
I
looking.
don't believe so.
We're not gonna ask.
Maybe we need to have our appraisal district representative come speak to us.
So the tax rate process, just to go through this quickly, we get preliminary values. We've received those
They weren't.
on July 25th or thereabouts. We will receive certified rolls. By charter, the draft budget or the proposed budget will be provided to council. The Travis County tax office is actually the one that certifies our tax rates. So we do the calculation, we send them all the backup, and they actually certify the rates. On August 12th, there will be a vote. There will be a proposed rate provided to council for review, and there will be a vote on that and a setting of a public hearing. That date has been scheduled for September 9th, the same night that we would adopt the tax rate. So several years ago, we got new guidelines and rules on truth in taxation. I'm not going to read all this, but basically it just requires more transparency by local government to put more information out there about this process. So our tax rate is made up of two components, the maintenance and operations, which we call M&O, and that is what funds the general fund. Interest and sinking is our debt service fund, and those payments are for debt of general government improvements. So the no new revenue rate is the rate that would provide the same amount of revenue in the prior year on properties taxed in both years. So there's a lot of factors that go into this. New valuation is not included in the no new revenue rate. The voter approval rate is the no new revenue rate plus 3.5%. And that is the M&O no new revenue rate. Just want to make that distinction. So a little bit about the tax rate. 5 years ago, we were looking at a 31 cent tax rate that was providing revenue to cover the services providing. Now we're looking at just a little over 25 cents. INS has increased slightly, which leaves us just a little bit over what our tax rate was adopted for fiscal 25. All of this is preliminary. And I'm sure that all of these will shift slightly when we get the certified rolls.
So years ago, when
That's-
Councilmember Marsh said that, and it frustratingly said that 3.5 won't even cover half of us. moving forward is proven to be true.
Can you back up to that last slide, please? So this tax rate is higher than any of the ones that you've shown there. How far back do we have to go to where we have a tax rate equal to 5,434? When was the last time we had a tax rate that was that high?
We have
16
that.
or 17.
I would, yeah, it wasn't too, 10 years.
2017?
I'll look. We,
Almost a decade?
something like that. I'll look it up. But it has been higher.
So this slide just gives you a snapshot, looking at the average taxable and the median taxable. So with the rates that we're looking at, basically a $10 per month increase or $119 a year. This may change a little bit by the time we get to the proposed budget. Speaking to the debt service or the INS fund, last year we budgeted $32.6 million. We're projecting to come in right about that same amount. And our fiscal 26 budget is going to be a little over $34 million.
Pretty good projection.
Always want to keep this in front of you about our debt payments. So this is just laying out the principal and interest over the next several years, and this is just based on the CIP for fiscal 26 through 30 and what we would be identifying in that plan as future debt on the general fund side.
No, you do.
So it does grow.
You do your job. You've said that to us. You said that it's going to get a lot harder in the next several years, just given.
Just to stay on track
Yeah,
with all the
exactly.
CIP.
And that's just with what we have right now within the CIP and what the
Right.
citizens have asked for. So
Moving on to sales tax. So we did base the fiscal 25 budget on a 5% increase over the 24 projections. So we landed at about 20.3 million. We are projecting to come in less than that. We're trending fiscal year to date at about a 3% over, so that's pretty much what I'm projecting out for the next 3 months as well. And we're only doing a 3% over those projections for fiscal 26.
how does that compare to the last couple of years with our projections on that?
We've been 4%, 5%. I mean, last year we almost made our budget. I think we were just slightly under. We felt comfortable with the 5% because we were trending at 5%. And then I believe the first couple of months of this fiscal year were actually higher, but we've actually seen a lot lower month over month these last 4 or 5 months.
4 or 5 months here. February, March.
I mean, we're keeping an eye on it. And
I was like, is February based on January collections or December collections?
It's
always
2 months.
it's always 2 months.
Okay, okay.
It's always 2 months.
So I was like, was there a very big holiday season?
No, that was an anomaly.
Okay.
Oh, February. Yeah, February was an audit. And so there was like 4 years back. But even with that anomaly, we're still trending below our budget, which would have been over our fiscal, that 5% growth. So I feel like we are being conservative there, but we'll continue to keep an eye on that.
And just to be clear to the citizens who are watching, because this will be seen over and over again on some certain social media sites, we talk about being conservative, which I mean being fiscally responsible.
Yes.
And I think at times for years ago we were overly conservative while we had a realistic expectation of where things were going to go, but we just wanted to make sure for it. So as a council, we made a decision, talked to staff and said, okay, listen, let's be reasonable. We want to be conservative and fiscally responsible, but also realistic in our expectations with that. So the assumptions you're made, the projections you're made, one, they seem pretty on point. Two, if there's been a delta or a change over there, it wasn't something that could have been anticipated because given how the trends were previously. So I really do
Right.
appreciate that you've kept us honest on what our assessments should look like.
Yeah, so the general fund assumptions, just some of the challenges on the revenue side, I wanted to review. We talked about development fees, but just to kind of put it out there, fiscal 24 actuals was 4.3. We budgeted in 25, I think fiscal 23 was 4. Fiscal 24 was 4.3. We budgeted 4.6. This was the trajectory we were going. And we're projecting for 25, 2.3 million. So we're really seeing a drop in that revenue source and that revenue trend. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. Obviously, for fiscal 26, we're pulling way back, and we do not want to step out with more than we can comfortably feel like we can collect. So we're looking at 2.345. So the graph just kind of depicts kind of where that
So is this
revenue is
a
trending.
decrease in the number of projects that are coming through,
Just
or
not
the
seeing,
or the
just not
fees
seeing
per-
development come in, and obviously if they're not coming in, they're not paying their planning fees.
And is this commercial or residential or both?
I would defer to
Oh,
the planning
Emily.
department if you had a lot of questions.
Both.
Yeah, I would say all the above. Yeah.
Is this a leading indicator of tough times ahead in terms of population, property, and sales tax growth? If things aren't being built, then that tells me that there are fewer people moving in and fewer businesses opening up.
I mean, right now, so we have quite a few projects that are building residential. It's steady, but a lot of those projects kicked off in prior years, and so it's not that new subdivision walking in and wanting to develop. So that's where you would maybe see the higher planning fees. But I would definitely say we're trending flat.
Right, but
we just need to prepare for that.
That 24 number makes me think, okay, in 26, those people and those businesses are going to be contributing. That means, based on our 25 and 26 projections, 28 and 29 fiscal years could be very, very lean. I just want to understand if that's the leading indicator I fear it is.
That's why he was saying, is it a lead indicator on this? Because if that's happening, and I know Trista does a good job of trying to force me to talk in the microphone, I understand. If it's a leading indicator, then Serena, it goes back to your point as to whether or not this year is a blip or atypical, or is this a trend moving forward that we need to do that. And if we're looking at this as a leading indicator for a trend, then we have to have a real expectation, conversation with our citizens about the services that we render. Two, what are we doing to capture and incorporate that commercial growth? For years, actually, back to what David was talking about, asking what our tax rates and everything else were going down. PCDC and the city were doing an excellent job of growing businesses, growing that commercial revenue. And we're explaining to our citizens why it's important to go ahead and grow that commercial revenue, so we have less reliance on what happens with residential values and work for that. And this is an example of the importance of capturing that and making sure that we do our best and utilize all our tools in the tool sets to go ahead and help make that a reality for our citizens, to not just honestly have new good things, but honestly keep the things that they like now.
So maybe you'll get to this later, but does this affect our population growth percentages that we usually include in the budget?
Great question.
That would also be a planning question.
Okay, thank you.
Because they are actually the ones that calculate the population. So,
Not this year.
not this year.
And if I may, Councilor Rogers, I just quickly want to go back to the tax rate. Over the last 20 years, since 2006, we had 9 years of those 20 that were higher than the proposed tax rate. If you go back then further to 1997, I don't know how far, it's consistently higher. So just a,
The first year it was.
and
it
at the
was
last
lower.
time that it was above it, it was really close, like 0.1% or a penny in FY16. In FY14, it was much higher at I say much in comparison to that gap. It was 0.5736 in 16. So
So
Whatever that tells you.
2017 was the first year we were below
2015,
this.
it was the same, 2015
I
was
sent you
higher?
a chart, but let me stand by 2 seconds. What was your question? There it is. Pulled it up.
When was the last year that it was as high or higher than the current rate?
I'm going to say FY14. It was higher, but in FY16 it was super close. But if you want to go technically higher, it was 2014.
2014.
And then
Okay.
before that, it was always higher.
Right, yeah, I know,
you know.
the mayor, when he was just a lowly councilman, was a big part of the ongoing effort to lower the
Half
property
cent a
tax
year.
rate every year.
And then we ran the calculations, so if that proposed tax rate, and you'll hear this multiple times, if you adopt that tax rate, the average home value would be paying $9.95 more a month, just to give it in real dollars rather than percentages.
$108 a year, is that right?
$9.95 per month times 12.
$120 a year,
Yeah.
okay.
But just for perspective, because of the enormous growth in property values in 20 and 21 in that time, my home doubled in 1 year. The actual amount of property taxes at those same
Yeah.
rates is significantly.
Right. I don't want to minimize it, we just have no control.
Yeah, no, but that's what the taxpayers
That's
feel.
right. I got you. And that's why we use that average value, so we can
Yeah.
show an exact number, because that does show the increase of the average home value. So we're calculating in what we're seeing. You're not seeing in the Travis County appraisal, you're not seeing those significant increases like you did in those previous years.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We've pretty much covered the TERS topic, I believe.
Can I ask you real quick on the TERS though? Does the TERS have any obligated expenses that it has not yet issued debt for?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I hope not.
And then is the TERS sitting on a cash value, a pile of cash over there in their accounts, waiting for TERS projects?
There is, yes, there is. And some of those sections just started paying in like over the last year or two.
Okay. Thank you.
Just pointing out, I mean, we are seeing a dip in interest rates, so we are seeing projection below budget on that one. So personnel budget, we've touched on some of these: elimination of 4 full-time employees and 3 vacant full-time employees. Annual 3% cost of living has been included in our proposed numbers, and a 5% employee health insurance.
I want to push on that health insurance cost number. That's an estimate. Have we gotten a bid from our current provider yet about that? Is there a way we can push back on that number?
We always do, because actually they will come in a lot higher. 20%, 15%, but it always flushes out over time. Unfortunately, our plan year runs January to December.
Right.
So we have to set our budget prior to actually getting the RFPs for the health insurance. So we do step out a little bit on these each year because we don't really have those numbers when we are needing to step out with a proposed budget.
Well, and we all know that, of course, that healthcare inflation has outstripped ordinary inflation every year as long as I can remember. But we also know that while we had pretty bad inflation 3 or 4 years ago, it was down last year, and it looks like it's going to be down significantly this year as well. So that might provide a basis.
It really is about our claims.
Are we a self-funded plan?
Yeah.
No.
No.
And I would
self-funded.
not based on our usage at the moment. We have been told it's a 24% increase. It just usually doesn't flush out that way. And also, I want to go back to the way we're managing that money really matters, the high deductible versus PPO, et cetera. But we've been told a 24%. So they look at loss ratios. So if we were self-funded, we wouldn't have made it this year. You'd be in the red. So those high claimants happen. High usage of, if you look at the amount of prescriptions, the drugs that people are using, et cetera, we're high.
And that's atypical.
It's not.
Atypical.
So may I ask, what was the increase for this calendar year like overall percentage increase compared to like what we budgeted? So if we're budgeting 5%, is that what 2025 calendar year came in?
I'll have to look over from the year before, 2024 to 25.
It's a good
Yeah.
question.
5 or 8%. I'll get
Was
that.
it within
Our
budget?
increase was.
It was within
Yeah.
budget.
Okay. So do we incentivize, is there a significant difference between a high deductible plan and PPO? And do we incentivize people to choose the
Yes.
high deductible?
We currently have a policy, all new employees immediately go on the high deductible until they're eligible at the time for the plan change. We also provide a health savings account for those that choose we give an HSA for those that choose to do the high deductible.
Which is very helpful.
Yes.
Somebody who uses mine.
We
with my
also
wife
have, our plan has what I'm going to call a high deductible. We provide a deductible buyback over $3,000. We will buy that because I can get better premiums with a $5,000 deductible.
So I've run those numbers many years in a row about that, and sometimes it's about just publicity and education about what someone may need, and because a lot of people are scared of the high deductible, but depending on the co-insurance and the difference
So
in premiums,
our education, James is our spokesperson, and went around last year, and I don't have the percent increases, but we're at about a 50-50 on PPO versus high deductible. Those individuals that have those high cost, diabetes, et cetera, choose that PPO because of their prescription cost, and you can buy into the PPO. It was much lower years before, and whenever we did the HSA and the other incentives and a lot of education, and James has graphs on it, he goes around and talks to our employees about why that may be better for some
Yeah.
people.
Awesome.
Not all people.
yeah, no,
Not all.
it's very individualistic,
Not all.
but it actually, like personally, it saved us a lot of money. It just depends on your individual situation, but.
And James is dangerous. He's broken up. Never mind.
My kids.
And our 5 kids. 2024 to 2025 was a 5% increase.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I know we've kind of talked about a lot of cutting that we did, decreasing that we did, but there were some areas that we would see an increase. Field maintenance contracts, we talked about, we have added fields, so those maintenance contracts have naturally gone up. Mowing contract, landscaping contract. Also in the vehicle leases, the years that we order and purchase those vehicles, we don't see a full 12 months of the lease payments, but now we are, and so that's a natural increase. Talked about ride sharing, and we also have fees such as Travis County appraisal fees that are going to go up on us. We don't have any control over those fees. It's all based on taxable values and percentages and allocations. So.
And let's be clear, the field maintenance contract that's going up, phase 2 of 1849 will be occurring with the softball and baseball fields. So that's already been built in.
Yep.
And with the lights, everything else going on to the football field. So it's not something that we did out of haste or just thought about it. It's something that's actually been in the plan since whenever we actually established what we want to do in 1849.
Now, when we talked about possibly reducing the frequency of mowing, we just recently signed a contract, so do we have flexibility in adjusting that, or are we locked in?
No, we have flexibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually the contract is a not to exceed. So on general fund operating expenses, let me go to the next one. So just a snapshot of kind of where we were and where we're landing. Our fiscal 25 budget was set at 65.1 million. That was our reoccurring revenue as well, because we try to provide a balanced budget. The requests that went out and came back were 66.9. But when we started looking at our revenues and where we were actually going to have reoccurring revenues, we were more at the 63.9 million, which is where we have brought our expenses down to match our reoccurring revenues. We do have capital and one-time items requested. We combed through the operating budgets that were submitted and took out those items that we felt like fell in this category more appropriately. I do want to talk about the fund balance target. In the past, we have set a target of 35%. I know we've had conversations about that because I've heard those conversations. Our last rating did not indicate that the higher fund balance over our 25% policy made a difference in the rating received. As a matter of fact, we have a higher rating. We are recommending lowering the target to be slightly above policy, and so that is what we would be
You know who
building.
you sound like, right? The lady who's sitting right next to me. Just want to make sure you're clear about that.
Stating
More similarities than differences.
I think that's good.
That's a compliment.
So we would target a 28%, and so these are a list of a few of the items that were submitted that we feel like fall in this category. It's not all inclusive.
Yeah,
Once we
just-
have final projections for fiscal '25, we will finalize the list, and it'll be included in the proposed budget.
I just wanted to go back to what you said about the bond rating, just to be clear. So, because in the past, we have said, it has been said that having the 35% will get us a better bond rating, but you're saying that is not the case. Is that just now, or that's just a reevaluation of what we expect in the future?
I haven't experienced that. We've always just ran over the policy. The policy was 25%. It's really our debt that's going to control our rating more than anything. And so to hold it at 35% didn't seem reasonable to continue to do that when we know that we can have a lower fund balance reserve and still get a strong rating.
We did change rating agencies too.
We did.
And then to be clear,
I'm sorry, what did you say?
We changed rating
Oh, you
agencies.
changed rating
Right.
agencies. Okay.
So,
So those different, maybe
opinion.
policies between the two? Okay, so different opinions.
Probably. So moving on to hotel occupancy tax, just a little bit of information on the revenue side. We have trended 2.5% growth year over year. And in fiscal '25, we did kick off our short-term rental.
how has that gone?
So we kicked it off in January, mailed out letters in February. We currently have 49 properties registered, so we are in the rounds of sending out letters. We did get.
How many letters have we sent out?
I want to say.
Look at James
I don't.
smiling.
I don't want to pull anything out of the air. It was a couple of hundred.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
I would say we
yeah.
have 49 registered and we sent out a couple
So
hundred.
Yeah,
25%.
Yeah. There were also quite a few
identified
properties that called and said, we're not doing short-term rental. I know you're picking us up on, other platforms, but
Airbnb.
we are not running short-term rental. We have seen some starting to comply with registration and with paying in their quarterly. I mean, we're kind of very on the new end of this, so getting a full year into it will give us a much better picture, but we have definitely started the process.
Was there any sort of estimate of the 200 that were identified, what sort of revenue that might bring in with the hotel tax?
We were
Bringing it
given
to
an
them.
estimate by the short-term rental software company that we established with, and honestly, I
It was high.
can't remember.
Come to find out, a lot of these are like the people that do it occasionally, or they did it once or twice, and they're not really in the game long term. So
Okay.
So,
So, okay, it's still
but
unknown.
was it so we don't know if it's a de minimis amount or if it's something that would be significant. Okay.
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Okay.
So it's possible
it has
that,
increased revenue, just not as high as we.
it's possible that the 49 that they have registered are the ones who are regular users and the others are highly occasional.
Yeah, for F1 or
I mean,
we
we'll
don't know at this point.
continue to pursue the ones that either haven't responded or haven't registered to get them in compliance.
Yeah, I know
Okay.
there's at least one apartment complex that has a whole building dedicated to short-term rental. So I'm assuming they're in that number, but if not, I think we should.
It's continual. The data's always scraping the internet to see if there's new listings popping up. So
Yeah, let's just tell the public we are paying attention to that, so please self-report.
Yes, yes. So just quick overview of hotel tax. On expenditures, heads and beds, the projects that we look at and the things that we put in this fund, we do consider the two-step process. And there are 9 categories listed in the local government code that are allowed. Some of the things in the current budget, we do fund public art pieces and murals, not morals, sorry. Music, economic incentives, that's our Marriott agreement. It does cap out at $625,000 a year. Promotion and marketing, tourism training, tourism memberships, and we do have our short-term rental software in that fund as well.
Isn't Marriott looking at an expansion? Is that still happening?
I met with him recently. We didn't discuss expansion, but maybe.
It's a little sore spot every time I think about
I wouldn't suggest an incentive.
that agreement. Okay.
So for PCDC, this is a summary of what they have submitted for their budget. I'll highlight, we started fiscal 25, 22 million. It ended projecting at 15. A big portion of that is the 52 acres and the cash that we used towards that purchase. With the operating expenditures being requested and the capital outlay amount of 10.5 million, that fund balance would be drawn down to 5.3 projected for fiscal 26. Some of the assumptions, new personnel requests, 2 full-time equivalents, those are the 2 positions, and operating expenditures, 29% increase over fiscal 25's budget. These are just a few of the larger increases I just pulled out: advertising, memberships, training, and legal. Capital outlays.
Go back to legal? Wait, no, we have it. Never mind. I see it in front of me. Don't worry about it.
Capital outlays, this is just some of the details behind the 10 million. I would defer to PCDC if you had any specific questions on any of these capital outlay items.
Which one of these are committed or contracted and what is just budgeted, and planned?
All right.
Jerry
So, it's like wrestling. Jerry's about to tag in.
Absolutely.
The capital outlay project, the Impact Way and Helios Way are committed. The problem is that the status of when the construction project will start has not really been identified, so it hasn't gone out for bid yet. But they're creating the documents for it to go out for bid. So those are the 2 projects that are, been approved, and we know that they're going to go forward.
And Jerry's land acquisition, what we've often discussed as a council, to acquire land, particularly around 973, since you see that corridor's getting developed rather rapidly of late. Is that what we're looking at with land acquisition, or is it something else?
So we are looking at 973. In fact, we have someone looking in that area, and not 973, but also what gets us to 973 as
Great
well.
point.
So we're looking at all of that. I will tell you that, and I've had this conversation with Tracy, that $1 million for land acquisition, you're not going to buy much with $1 million. Now, the further you go outside the city, you stand a chance of getting really close. But if it's, if you're in the city limits, or if you're within the reach of improvements like water and sewer, the number's going to trek up. So we're going to be looking at our fund balance also, and staying within our policy of not going too deep into our fund balance on property, but it has to really make what I call both mental sense and pocket sense.
So what's your fund balance right now?
Well, if this budget is approved, it'll be somewhere around $5 million.
Oh, what we saw, what we saw.
Ending.
Ending.
So right now
ending.
it's 15.
It's
Yes,
15,
right now
it's
it's
15 right
15.
now, though. Okay.
And if we go back to the last slide, I'm sorry, after, there we go. So those 3 projects, those SEDS improvement projects, well, we don't know what we don't know. And so those projects really are going to allow us to be able to pull from the fund balance. That money is not going to be pulled into a budget. We'll be able to study we know that an innovation center makes sense, but we need to know what does that look like. One, we need to know where our innovators, our entrepreneurs, where are they, and what particular needs do they have, and how can an innovation campus or center play a role in that, instead of just jumping up and saying, oh, we're going to go do innovation and not have a plan. So that's a part of that, pulling that out and doing the due diligence for that. And the biomedical is the same. Before we go building wet lab spaces and getting white coats, let's do some due diligence. And I trust what the SEDS document said. I just want to verify it. I trust but verify. So I want to verify that biomedical makes sense. And even though I know that the innovation piece makes sense, I still want to verify that as well. I just believe, trust in data is kind of where I'm at.
So Jerry, one of the things we've talked about is an institution of higher learning, a 4-year university. Where would I see that reflected? Would that be in the SEDS improvements, or is that something that would be completely separate?
That would be in the SEDS improvements under the Greenfield development.
Okay. Let me pose a question to both yours and our legal counsel. Of this list, obviously the spending, PCDC spending is blessed or approved by council, but projects are also, those also have to be approved by council. If we were to approve a budget that included these items that do not have, other than Impact Way, Helios Way, that do not have specific projects currently identified or approved, how much of this could be spent based on a budget approval, and how much would require additional project approvals from council? You follow my question?
I do follow your
Yeah.
question. Are you asking me him
Yeah,
first?
either one.
Whoever would know the answer.
Yeah. I want to make sure that
I'll
you
give
both.
you my opinion. And
Yeah, give me your opinion. I want to
yeah.
make sure that your opinions agree.
But yeah, sure. So both expenditures and projects need to be approved. And so to the extent you've approved expenditures, but not a project for those expenditures, that project would have to come back before council
And
vice
nothing,
versa.
nothing on this list would be reflected as an expenditure that would not be part of a project.
I do not know about what's on these lists specifically. I only see what's on this screen. So I don't know
Well,
the answer to
based
that
on
question.
what's on the screen, I
Yeah.
guess I'm asking your opinion.
Right, assuming, well, I don't think approving $4.6 million for Impact Way extension is an approval of a project. I don't know that you've seen the entire project and it's been brought before you for purposes of explanation. So in my opinion, this is a budget approval, not a project approval.
Gotcha.
Interesting. What were you going to
Do
say?
you concur?
Yeah, I concur with that. I obviously, I'm not your regular general counsel or PCDC's regular general counsel, but I agree with
But you're
Charlie's
sitting,
assessment.
you're sitting in his shoes right now, and so y'all will have a conversation afterwards.
I agree with his assessment. I mean, it is ultimately up to the council to approve both projects and budgets.
Yeah, I'm always there's more commentary, but I'm always a little hesitant to put things in a budget that we don't have projects identified. I understand if the projects aren't approved yet, so I want to make sure if we're putting these things in the budget and we don't actually have a target for the spending yet, we're not going to find a target and spend it until it comes back before the council as a project.
So I'll say as the executive director, and I'll say the same thing I said during my job, during the interview process, these types of expenditures that aren't day-to-day routine expenditures need to come before both the PCDC board and the council. It's not even negotiable. That's just
Absolutely. But let me ask you this: are these items, because we see the fund balance decreasing quite precipitously? Are these all items that are identified as being paid for out of fund balance?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a reason they should be identified in a budget, if they're coming out of fund balance, it seems like if these came ad hoc as a project with the funding authorization at that point in time, rather than trying to create a funding authorization at this point in time with a project authorization later, seems like doing that all in one fell swoop might make more sense.
So, and
Or is this
even though I
setting
adopted it,
expectations?
This is the hat that, this is the spot that I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
This is allowing both the PCDC board and the city council to know what projects are on the horizon. So when we look at the Helios Way and Impact Way extension, this is the notification that these are the projects for that business park that are in the chute. Again, when we come to the board and to the council to pull the plug and to go forward with these projects, you guys would be able to say yay or nay. But at the same time, if we don't have any of our SEDS projects or our projects referenced at all, it's kind of hard to know what you all as a council or as a PCDC board can expect in the coming year from the PCDC. Did I answer that question?
I think so.
Oh.
Expectations.
Just
Set expectations.
Yeah, just quickly. So even though, I mean, just like you said, trust but verify is essentially what you were talking about regarding innovation, biomedical, those aspects. You don't have an anticipation that the actual study is going to cost $1 million.
No.
Okay.
This would be the steps to say, okay, we're going to do the study first. The study's going to tell us what we need to do, what it looks like, what the market is going to look like, as far as the innovation campus, right? I'm expecting for the first study to come out and say, here's what we have as far as entrepreneurs, here's what the needs are, and then on top of that, I'm going to be a little greedy and have them give us some information on who those entrepreneurs are. And there's ways that they can collect that data and get that information. From there, we will start a process of identifying what's the ideal location. The SED said somewhere around 45 and State Highway 130. That sounds great. Does that really make sense as far as entrepreneurs are concerned? And a lot of that will get fleshed out. So we're setting aside $1 million. It may come back that we might go through biomedical wet labs and go, that is not going to work, right? And so we won't end up spending all of that money. So it'll just stay in fund balance, or we'll identify another project, or I'll come up lucky on 973 with a piece of property. Something could happen, but I just kind of want to know what I don't know as it relates to those three objects.
And you can understand, given how things are with the austerity principles that are being applied to our budget this year, that when you see a 2/3 drop, in your fund balance, be a little apprehensive about it. But at the same time, we now more than ever do we need PCDC to actually go ahead and hit a couple of base hits, about 300 and do something regarding bringing in some commercial development here, because we've seen that precipitous drop, and we know that how much of to Councilmember Ryan's point, are people still going to come here? Yeah, they're still going to come here because of where we are.
Absolutely.
So the question becomes but what kind of quality of services, are we going to be able to offer for that? We're seen as the 8th best small city, which is comparable in the United States, 15th best city in the entire United States as well. So people are going to come here because of our reputation. How are we going to service those people? How are we going to make a difference? And how do we do so honestly in a fiscally responsible manner is really the question that comes with that.
And great point. When we look at Impact Way extension, we own about 17.7 acres, but there's no roadway through there. So this project is going to allow us to go through that project and then unlock not only our project, but it'll unlock the 45 acres north of us. Yes, north of us. And then once they get down to their property line, it'll unlock 85 acres of possible industrial commercial development. So just in that space, we're talking well over 100 and something acres of possible development to unlock. And we still have 8 acres in the original business park as well. So the opportunity just in that space alone is there. And then when we talk about Helios Way Helios Way will allow us to be able to see a reduction of FedEx trucks on Pecan Street trying to compete with Citizens. Instead, they'll be able to get on and off of 130 from the service road entrance and exit that'll be built out on the Helios Way project. So there are some really hefty projects, but they open up quite a bit in that space. And they're projects that can be defended. So I'll leave it at that.
May I ask you to go back a couple of slides to the proposed budget? So if we talk about 25% fund balance, just applying that on the 11.7 million, we're talking about 3 million. So that's just to give some perspective. So maybe our fund balance has been high because we've been waiting for some projects to invest in. It would be, give us more context if we had fiscal 25 projected. We just have budget and not actual. So I'd be interested in knowing what the actual is. And it would be also helpful if we had a net change. Because like that difference from 22 million to 15 with the revenues expenses is a negative 7.2 million. So if we could have that information, it'd be easier for people to digest. But I just wanted to point that out. 3 million is the 25%, to make sure that we are still, I don't know off the top of my head if we have that policy for, that we want to have a fund balance for regular operating expenses. If we don't have a policy, it's probably a good general guideline, but
We have a policy.
that means, okay, is that the same policy? Okay, so we are over that. I don't know what the 5 million is, because I haven't done the math yet, but if we had that percentage also listed out, it would help us understand
I think
that.
this comes from. I think this comes from.
Well, the big expenses are capital.
Yeah, so we're bringing down the fund balance from being at, 100 and something percent, over 100% of operating expenses down. So just to know, but the other thing too that I wanted to focus on, this is just a 1 year forward looking. So, but if we do spend down our fund balance, how does that position us for capital projects in the future? So I think we have to be careful about how much we would spend in any 1 year to make sure, like, what does a 5-year forecast look like? What is our fund balance? Because right now, we're 600,000 of revenue over operating expenses. So I would want to have more, as much clarity as you can. And what are we looking at in the future, next couple of years before approving that spend down this year?
You can only spend capital or fund balance once, right? Once that money's gone, unless you're adding to it, right?
Yeah. So that's my
so
point. We're not adding right now.
Yeah.
It's a 600,000 net, right, in 26.
So we're saying we're going to spend $10.5 million in capital projects this year. We're not going to be able to do that in the next year or the year after or the year after. But it would be good to understand how we expect to pace that out, because maybe 10.5 is not reasonable for us to spend down in 1 year. Maybe we need to pace it out more.
Yeah.
I know I get after the folks here at the city quite frequently about only committing to projects that you can actually accomplish, because I don't want to overestimate how much we're going to do in any given year.
That's a crazy concept.
I know. We want to establish
Yeah.
expectations and come as close to meeting them as possible.
So Jerry,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
In reference to Councilperson Ryan, in terms of the FY25 budget versus the actual, in the economic incentives line item, Jerry, of the 2.8 million, how much actually have we spent in that category?
I don't have that number on me. I want to say I'm not going to.
Okay, and the reason I asked that question is because I know over the last 12 months, before Amy left, I know we had several incentive agreements or packages that were modified because
Yes.
they weren't meeting the expectations, so we pushed the dates out, so they weren't getting the money up at the time that they were supposed to get. So I'm assuming
And that
that's
is true.
I want to point out,
so-
in the economic incentives
needed.
line item is the 1.6 that was put in there for community facilities or grants, so that was a an elevated amount in fiscal 25 over what we had seen in previous, and it drops back down to 300,000 for fiscal 26. So keep in mind that is also in there. We are projecting that we would not spend out all of the economic incentives that were budgeted.
I wouldn't think so, yeah.
And just
It's
dropped
probably at about half
drastically.
of what we would have
Yes.
budgeted.
If you can, to Victor's point, that's a really good point about things that we haven't spent on. And I know it's an overview, but if we can get back some of that, what's good is that this is the start of the conversation. But some of those, break down some of those numbers and some estimates with that as well. And if you got something where you think that, to what Doug was saying, I mean, if you think it's a home run, that's definitely want to hear about that as we were contemplating this right here regarding your fund balance, because if not, this may be the time where we want to keep our powder dry for stuff that's coming up. I mean, some of us have been on here long enough that we still remember the water park days. And so, that's
Please
still,
don't remind me about that.
stays on us about, we're like, no, keep putting money in there because, we remember how those times were. And BCDC has done a tremendous job in how it's balanced and worked things from there as well. So, but, this is the time, if any time, that if we're going to go ahead and rely on y'all to go and bring some commercial, revenue over here with us, some ad valorem, it's the time to do it.
I'll also share that you are correct, Councilman Weiss and Matea. The $10 million is kind of a set aside. It was in the budget this year for the roadway projects were in the budget this year as well, and they didn't get spent. Nearly none of it really got spent.
On that slide, all the more reason to Ms. Ryan's point, we need a projected value. Is the 8.1, the $8,170,000 in non-operating expenditures for fiscal year 25, is that an actual number that's going to be spent, or is there?
No, that
okay,
is.
so in that case, our ending net position is not necessarily going to be accurate, so we'll be higher.
I will say the beginning and ending, because the projection column is in there, it's just hidden,
Okay.
actually does take into effect the projections.
Okay.
So
Yeah, that would
just
be
FYI.
handy. I don't know if we could get that in our.
Well, there's only
our
a
weekly.
$46,000 difference between the budget and then what is being proposed as the beginning balance, I'm assuming based on projections. So to me, that's saying we are either our revenue is way down or we are spending all of that money in order
Little
to
of both.
end.
Little of both.
Okay. So that I would like to see that.
So could you give me an idea though on the slide, personnel services? Why are we increasing personnel $150,000?
So we're requesting two positions. The first one is Innovation Entrepreneurship Manager position. This position really deals with going after, and it ties back into our innovation conversations of creating the ecosystem, but then also looking for being the number one contact person for retail, restaurants, startups, and dealing with the entrepreneurial side of the office. This is a growing sector. Not only, it's been a growing sector in Austin. I think we have kind of flirted with this over the years. And because of the SEDS document, we're kind of putting both feet in the water, so to speak. And so that is the first position that was requested. Again, deals with recruiting small business, startups, restaurants, and retailers. There's an agreement that we already have with Retail Strategies. We also have an agreement with Brown Book and a few other software and data information projects.
And that's the research and data analyst.
That's where I'm getting ready to go to. So the next position is a research data analyst.
So that's a position, not a consulting?
No.
Because I was
That's a position.
thinking that the city of Pflugerville has a data analyst also, so if there's a
Correct.
resource PCDC could utilize.
This is a philosophy of mine, and it's something I've shared with the board. If I have to stop and request information from another person who's not directly on my staff or somewhere that's nearby me, that is time lost. And so that is the reason why I made that request, because I need someone who understands economic development, understands what I'm looking for and what I need as it relates to retail, sales tax. I even need them to know the incentive projects and how, when we respond to requests for information from government, from the state office, on what that information looks like, and not have to explain the why and the what. I don't mind training the person at the beginning for it so that they would know what I'm looking for, but to have to go back and forth and ask for information or continue to request information, that's time, in my opinion. And I really want to get our organization at a point where it's moving at the speed of business and making it happen. So that's the reason why those two positions were asked. I don't mind leveraging relationships when it's possible and it makes both fiscal and time sense. But this request is out of wanting to ramp this office up and get it going at a speed that gets results.
If you had to choose between the two, which one?
I mean, if I'm being honest, they're kind of mutually important.
But we also know we live in a world where you have to make decisions.
Well, I would think that,
I would yield to the council and the PCDC board on that.
well, Jerry, what is
You're
your
the
opinion?
expert, man.
I mean, that's why we have you here.
I can make all sorts of decisions. I mean, they're going to be the right ones. I'm about to SME here.
I think his answer is he's not going to negotiate against himself tonight.
Yeah. So I have a question. What is the FTE of PCDC now, and what's our vacancy rate?
Right now, we have 3 in office now. We're in the process of hiring our 4th person, and we have applications out for the 5th position.
Okay, so we have 5 FTEs,
Yes.
3 hired, 1 in the process, and, okay, thank you.
And what I will say is that out of all of the positions that aren't, I'm going to say are unique to economic development organizations, the innovation and entrepreneurship manager position is unique. And the reason why is because typically economic development corporations tend to pay more attention to primary job-based opportunities and less on retail and restaurants and stuff. And so this was something that I saw out of the SEDS document that said, hey, these are the areas that you need to put boots on the ground for. And quite honestly, sitting in staff meetings and asking questions and not having the information, it does tend to make me feel a certain way. Yeah. So that's why the second position is there.
I was about to say, and it's, to me, but I live in a van by the river, but like I'd say, okay, innovation entrepreneur manager, that makes more sense. To the mayor's point, what Victor was saying, research and data analysts, and I like the way you put it, you don't mind training. Like, so I'm sure we have folks in the city, but to what you want information, data points that you need to be cognizant of and need to be aware of, that's what probably a person needs to be attuned to for that. And that's what I expect you and Serena to talk about, whomever from that aspect. But,
and I also want to highlight the fact that we are staying within our budget. Even with these requests, we're still going to send almost $600,000 to the fund balance. So even with these requests that we've made, even with the increases in the areas that we made the increases in, we're still going to, at the end of the day, when the budget is cleared, $600,000 is going to be left on the table to go to the fund balance. So,
but that's reducing your economic development incentives by $1.2 million according to that budget. So it's not like it's coming out of personnel or other operations.
No,
it's coming out of primary focus.
Right, and we also there's certain areas that there's other areas also, but primarily that area.
I mean, we're putting it into fund balance, but we better be taking it back out of there for economic incentives.
That's what the desire would be with the return on investment.
Yeah.
Do you see what he's saying?
So I agree with it.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that whatever we spend the fund balance on, that there's a return on investment.
Absolutely.
That's when the mayor asked me what my opinion was.
Could we go back the slide previous? So I know I think I know the answer, but I just want to confirm the answer. So I know that we've had several projects in the Helios Way and the road extension. Where is the engineering services for that? Where does that come out of?
It comes out the cost, the total cost of the project.
Of the project.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so whenever you have a project, that's built into that.
Totally encapsulated.
Cool.
Okay.
So to wrap up and just to look at going forward, July we'll have another work session that we will talk about the utility fund, solid waste. And in August, we will be bringing a proposed tax rate and a proposed budget. We will have other work sessions in August and look to adopt a budget and a tax rate in September.
Looking forward
Do we have
to
the
it.
expectation those preliminary numbers to be firm numbers from the appraisal district by August?
We get the certified rolls right at the end of July, so yes, we get them and then we run around.
I was about to
try
say,
get
wait a
the
minute,
tax
wait,
rate.
I've been here long enough to know that we expect to get them.
We get them. We get them by the 20th.
May leave us a day to work on.
I got a long
I have to run.
Yeah,
once I get 'em.
we should.
Do we get revised numbers after that? We get revised numbers based on appraisal reviews, right?
The
Or sometimes we get no numbers.
The certified rolls are what we use to solidify the tax
You
rate.
remember that?
That's the number we bill.
And we are supposed to get those by July 25th.
Do you remember that year when it was like mid-August?
Oh,
we were
yeah.
like,
I don't know.
what's going on here?
Approved farm repairs.
Okay.
That concludes our presentation.
Sober but important conversation.
Thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
So I think we can get started with the PCDC portion. I don't know that we'll finish. And you just lost one of your members, but,
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
well, wait a minute. Do we have,
Wait, did we?
Yeah,
well, he's coming back. I think he went to the bathroom.
yeah. I thought someone just walked out. He was like, "My brother was here before I have to do the meeting." You're like, "Where are you?"
I love it.
Thank you.
Hey, Jarrell, where's that money bush that you're going to find for us?
Get there. Now, just as a personal aside, this is before the meeting starts. I will be here as long as I need to tonight. But from a personal standpoint, if we can get this done in this hour, it would be better for me physically. But that's a personal problem on my part. I'll stay here as long as we need to for the day. So, and we will have our other PCDC board member back in just a moment. And we will be able to get this started. Thank you, Brad.
Here we go.
Okay, circle.
Yeah.
Okay. We are already in session with City Council, so I will bring the PCDC
Except for
board session
maybe this one.
into order at 6:35. And I'll read the public comment. In accordance with the Texas Attorney General's opinion, any public comment that is made on an item that is not on the published final agenda will only be heard by the PCDC board. No formal action, discussion, deliberation, or comment will be made by the PCDC board. Each person providing public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. And to my knowledge, there is no one here to speak on public comment. So I will now move in and open 3A, regular agenda item 2025-0518, joint meeting with City Council and PCDC Board to discuss and consider action regarding Project Greenfield. And it is our pleasure as a PCDC Board to be here in the presence of the City Council, so I will defer to you to your first comments, questions, or guiding the discussion.
Okay. So based on our conversations that we had a couple weeks ago that you guys got to observe, some in person, we wanted to get your thoughts regarding the mechanisms in place that we utilize to actually go ahead and move this project forward. I think that, like I said, a very sobering assessment of where we are regarding our finances for the city just occurred here, and it makes it now more important than ever how we leverage and utilize our assets to help bring that commercial growth and development here at Pflugerville. So, I mean, I guess I would love to hear from y'all just to get your sense of, you saw our discussion, your thoughts, just get your thoughts in general.
Thoughts from the standpoint of just overall the direction of PCDC? Well, in a nutshell, we have our executive director who we brought on board, made it very clear to him what our expectations were. He's continued in the last 4 to 5 months as he's come on board to follow the directives of the SEDS documents and the other documents that were created to establish a game plan for how we could approach things. The biggest issue we've had, I think, in my opinion, has been just in being able to begin moving things forward. And in this particular project that we're talking about tonight with Project Greenfield is an excellent example. That we start in one direction, and as we're doing our work to establish the proper approach that should maximize for the citizens of Pflugerville a result that's going to give us the insight that we need. As a board, we're having to go through various steps. Now, that is no problem, okay? From standpoint of there's a process, we will abide by the process. We abide by the direction of the council as a PCDC board. But as a great example to your question, this is something that should never have happened. Not that it did happen, it's just, it happens. And now that it has happened, we're just addressing this together to make sure we have the proper guidance for what the City Council directive is as we move forward with Project Greenfield, but also from an economic development standpoint, the re-identification of that project's name. So I hope that answered your question.
No, that's great, because I mean, and one, I appreciate the candor. Two, the willingness to partnership. I mean, we all should be rowing in the same direction.
Absolutely.
And three, I mean, what I appreciate, especially what you said, is about the direction. From, I learned from Mr. Mitchell recently that apparently there had been looking at projects at 973 because you had heard that's what our conversations were on the dais and, moving forward, because to be blunt, that's where the growth and development is of Pflugerville, and I appreciate doing that. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I was told is that some of the projects you were looked at weren't agreed upon with staff, or what exactly happened with those 973 projects?
Again, I wouldn't use the words necessarily agreed upon. It's just there was a difference in vision, would be a better way to put it.
But we ultimately agreed on Project Greenfield in that location. Oh, go.
Well, yeah. So if there was a difference in vision, let's discuss vision, because that's really what the board and the council is about: vision and policy, right?
Yeah.
So what is the vision as you understand it, or what is the board's vision?
First and foremost, the vision of the PCDC board is to implement, working with the executive director, what the city council wants to see accomplished within the future of the city of Pflugerville. That said, you look to us to do proper due diligence, to make intelligent decisions, to keep you informed. And to that degree, we understand where we have the city of Pflugerville's footprint, where the direction of this region is going, and it's going to the east. So that is why we're focused, and our vision is to focus to the east from the standpoint of how we can impact things the best way. And why does that matter in our conversation tonight with Greenfield? It matters because Greenfield is on the east side of 130.
Mark, Oscar, what about y'all's vision? What are your thoughts?
For me, ditto.
Okay.
I recall shortly after I came on council, and
I'll use your microphone.
we had a big planning meeting over at the convention center, and we were talking about whether or not Pflugerville wanted to go all the way to 973. How far did we want to go east? We want to annex Bastrop or not? And I think the consensus, as I recall at the time, and former Councilman McDonald was there in I forget I guess he was in a PCDC board member position at that time. And he was gung-ho for it too, that we all wanted to go at least to 973, if not further east than 973. And I am concerned that, as Director Jones pointed out, the price of that land is just going up. And, if we had maybe taken some opportunities to purchase land on 973, 3-4 years ago when we were talking about that, we'd get a lot more land for the same amount of money than we would get today. So I just want to make sure that we're all on board with the idea that we are going to 973 and we want to help economic development happen in that area. And if that's not what we're going to do, then we need to reevaluate that. And it certainly, it's harder to go to 973 today than it was 4 years ago, because the legislature has taken away a lot of our tools for annexation and those kind of things. And so maybe we do want to say, we're just not going to go all the way to 973 because we can't get there because the legislature took our tools away. Okay, we can make that decision, but I think we need to make a decision, not fall into a decision being made by accident.
No, you're absolutely right. I think when I remember our strategic planning retreats, our retreats at the Airport Conference Center as well as the Marriott, and I think even reflected in the SEDS, we document and demonstrate the concept that we want to grab the commercial corridor along 973 in particular. We want to figure out how to get out there. So I think, and we have made a dramatic investment in water and wastewater infrastructure to support that. So I think we've made moves towards that, and I think, as far as I'm aware, we're all on the same page on that vision.
I was about to say I agree. I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. Yes, Project Greenfield is important, but also, realistically speaking, we said that we wanted to set the vision for that corridor years ago. And right now, between UT, University of Texas, at Taylor, being a couple, honestly, maybe 2 miles down the road from us, Samsung, a couple miles above that, and then what's going on with Manor regarding the new HEB, UFCU, and a variety of other things that are Home Depot and everything else that's coming from there. That corridor is being set for us, and so the apprehension, the concern, and this is where I appreciate the vision from PCDC and understanding where we're talking about this, is that if we don't set that, there have been times in the history of the city when we have not set the vision regarding how things were, and things fell on us because of that, or were taken away from us. So I am excited that we look at Project Greenfield, but I think it's just as important, as you put it, Earl, which is best, is that the vision for the city is east, and that's where the growth and development's coming from.
Yeah. So, I think when it comes to Greenfield, to bring us back around to this particular property, communication, collaboration is paramount. That's absolutely where we need to be focusing. So, there's been some discussions. Do we need a new name for Greenfield because it was one project to acquire the land and now it's another project to do something else? From our perspective, I think it's just one big project to develop a parcel of land. Do we need to agree on a new code name for the project, or do we?
And we don't care.
Yeah.
Well, that's important, right? So we don't want it to small
We want
things
it
that.
to have strategic meaning.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really close to the economic mobility name right now.
Yeah,
When I
no,
hear it, I think
I know there's been
about-
a suggestion of it's Project Forward or something,
Yeah.
and that's our mobility master plan title. So it gets confusing for us if we use Forward. No, I think we.
With huge branding going on.
It was formality. I mean, we can.
Greenfield
Name it.
2, Bluefield, I don't care.
Yeah.
It's got to be blue and green.
Burnt orange field.
Hey, that's always the more appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just
But
ran with-
as long as we can
Yeah.
come to terms on something along those that makes sense among all of us. And then again, on the collaboration, just trying to hammer out a process forward. I want to make sure our staffs are working together. I want to make sure we've got a long-term vision. We've got a concept of how we get to the end, right? It's always start with the end in mind, and you'll be able to at least find your way close to there. And it felt like, I know we had a very boisterous conversation here a couple weeks ago, but I want to make sure that we have that plan set out and we're not doing one thing and then figuring out what the next step is. We should know what the next step is, even if we don't know what the outcome of the first step is, right? So I just want to make sure that we're all working together, and I think that was, my real push for an RF qualifications and bringing on a professional services firm to take us through the process, rather than going with a RF quote and just doing one thing now, and then I guess maybe we'd be project managing or program managing the whole process. But I want to make sure we're thinking about all those things. I'm not dictating, personally a process, but I want to make sure that we're thinking about how we get to the end and how we make sure we're successful in the end.
Or more importantly, that we're able to leverage all our tools in the tool sets. Because what it sounded like us is that if in fact we went for the, I know we have both RFQs, right? for qualification requests for quotas. With the process the city had spoken about, that gives us more leverage to work on things and be able to utilize the tool sets, leveraging what PCDC can do or Economic Development Corporation can do as well as the city. However, and I want to make sure we're clear here, we also need to define what partnership looks like. Because you said that at one point, you were like, hey, I can just sit back and do everything. No, you're the economic development director. We definitely need your input. We want your input, your desire in that. So, Serena, do we need to define what partnership looks like? I mean, we now more than ever do we need to make sure that we're all on the same page regarding collaboration, or is that something that you two can talk about and sort out and can move forward from there?
Whatever I don't know how to answer that.
Yep.
I mean, we respond within 24 hours
God bless.
every time. Sure.
I tell you what, I think at a high level goal, can we stipulate that any RF that goes out is jointly issued? So that way, nothing would be issued until both parties have come to a consensus.
No one's surprised.
I would rather somebody take lead. We tried that.
Yeah.
We disagree with the request for quotes. Not a practice in the industry to do so.
And what I'm saying is nothing
And so
goes out
I'm
until
not
we
going.
reach consensus.
I'm not going to agree with a process by which we don't support. We have experience in doing these. We do this pretty regularly. This is our bandwagon that we do. So I can't make a promise that Jerry and I are always going to agree. We have not.
I'm not telling you that you have to agree. I'm telling you have to come to consensus, or you don't get to do anything.
Okay.
Or does it make sense for one to take lead, Darrell?
Right. I don't want to create an impasse.
Mm-hmm.
City manager made an excellent point. That we have to have a particular direction as an organization. And this, now the city manager and the PCDC board both recognize that our ultimate we serve the ultimate master, which is the city council. That we definitely agree on. My point, though, and goes to something that you just mentioned, Doug, just a minute ago, and that is the reason for the request for quote was determined based upon a particular tool that PCDC can utilize as the economic development arm. And I, first of all, before I continue, if Jerry, you have anything to add at any time, you will not hurt my feelings if you jump in. But I've got this. So it's a situation where we're wanting to do the proper due diligence, because right now, in essence, what we've done is we've created a land bank situation with this particular piece of property that all of us in this room that have any knowledge of this see this as a grand opportunity, because it's being done for one specific reason. If it's done properly, it has tremendous potential to be an excellent asset and resource process for the citizens of Pflugerville.
Correct.
In a highly visible location in our city. At the same time, we don't want it to become the exclusive focus of everything we do and ignore the remainder of the city, whether it's out to 973 or all the way over to our west. So that's when it comes back to PCDC. With this particular project, if we do the request for quote, and we capture the proper due diligence to get an assessment, and before we start out of the gate, we've got the land, we now establish what's potentially the best direction to go. And that information is not just a decision by the PCDC. It's by that organization that's been identified as through this process that we will have as the organization driving those professional decisions through us, PCDC and council, as well as city, to determine what is the next best step and then moving forward.
Is this just a discussion, or are we moving towards an action? Because I think the last time we left city council, the question was who's driving the bus? And so I would like to propose or suggest that the city drive the bus. I just want to put that out there and see what, because it seems like, I'm just asking because I'm not really getting a feel, like, it's like we're dancing around things and I'm not exactly sure. So I just feel like I just need to put it out there so I can see how people are feeling here. And what, it doesn't feel real collaborative right off. I'm just gonna put that out there. And so there seems to be some sort of tension that I may not be able to name. But if we're feeling it here before we even get started with Greenfield or whatever you want to name it, it's an issue.
So I will just say that, oh, go ahead.
We'll get to the board.
I'll just go ahead and say that, PCDC has led this project, not the city, right? We have coordinated with the project. And so for you to say that, hey, the project now should be led by the city.
I'm just asking.
No, you made that statement. You made the statement. Did you believe that the city should run the project? And we do not feel that way because PCD has already run that project. We may disagree on certain things, how things are done, but it's supposed to be collaborative, right? And just because one way has been done all the time doesn't mean it's the right way to do it. Right?
And this is exactly where I'm trying to move the conversation to. Let's have this discussion. Go ahead, Jerry.
So, Councilwoman, the only thing I would say is that I don't think it's really, I think the tension is artificially created by the lack of who's steering the ship. And I think that that's where the tension is created. I don't think it's one or the other, like a person thing. What I'll say is that these two documents are different, but today, as I was going back through them again, something jumped out at me that hadn't jumped out at me before. And I think identifying the council to give direction on this one particular topic will give us all an answer. And I'm sorry to my board that I didn't say this in sitting down. So I hope I don't get in trouble.
We have 6 minutes to wrap this up.
The crux of this decision really rests on one thing, and that's one thing in particular. If it is the belief that this project or this property is going to be developed by either city staff or PCDC, then that means that we would be talking about the project costing somewhere upwards to 50 million to north of somewhere around 100, okay? Just looking at 50-something acres, mixed-use development on 50-something acres, it ranges somewhere around $50 to $100 million. If we're talking about that, I don't necessarily know where those funds would come from if we're the developers. Now, that's something that I probably would not enjoy or feel comfortable working with, right? Now, if we're talking about doing due diligence and going through the process and identifying what the market says should go there, and then going after developers who will come and sub out the parcels and develop as it goes, then that's something that I'm extremely comfortable with and looking forward to doing. And one document says, let's take this one step at a time and, eat the elephant one bite at a time. The other document says, let's go full force ahead on a project and get someone who's going to carry this project from start to finish, even though we may not know what the project is going to be. And so that's where I think I will tell you, I understand where Serena is coming from and her staff is coming from, because for them, they're saying they don't feel that either of us have the capacity to go the entire process on, and that's the reason why there's an owner's rep that is needed to carry the project and guide it while we oversee it. I get that part. I think the hang up for me, and I'm speaking on behalf of my board because this is the direction that we went with, so clearly this must be how you guys feel, is that they did not know what they didn't know, and they wanted data to drive where we should go instead of just saying, hey, let's get in the car and drive, because we know that when we get in the car and drive, we're going to land somewhere, and we just got to all think together collectively on making sure it's great wherever we end up arriving.
So we have 3 minutes. I'm going to speak like the Micro Machine Man. So I think to your point is this. I mean, let's be clear. Both methods, both tools allow for due diligence to occur. One comes with an owner's rep, one doesn't. As you put it articulately well, is that you're marrying into that process if, in fact, you go ahead and have the owner's rep from the onset who will tell you what that's going. If you go the other process, you have a wide variety of other folks you're going from that. The reason from the city standpoint as to why that we've been comfortable working with the owner's rep process is because we've seen that occur, what's happened, particularly with downtown East, that even, God bless you, when we had a pivot point that we had to make a significant shift in what was occurring from there as well, our owner's rep was very realistic with us and saying, hey, listen, this is what's going on with the economy. This is what's going on with the projects. This is what commercial growth, residential. You need to pivot to this aspect. This is what you can afford. So both processes allow for such. My personal opinion is this, is that we go with the request for the RFQ qualifications. But to Mark's point, we've got to make sure that this is done together. Like this is in unison about that. You're the Economic Development Corporation. This is what you're doing from there as well. And I don't know, Serena, how we go about doing it. If we, I'd rather us not try to say what the next steps are, but I'd like to see us, do the RFQ and then make sure that what we're doing moving forward is working together with the organization.
So may I ask a question?
Request for qualification.
So if the consensus is to go the owner's rep route, and we make that decision, then can PCDC still drive the bus with that decision?
Yes, they can.
Thank you.
But we need to make sure. I mean, but it sounds like do we need to spell that out? Like, can y'all work and figure that out?
Well,
I think we want to have clarity. So
Yeah.
I think it speaks to what
clarity.
Mr. Jones was saying. It's a lot of money. We need to remember whose money we're spending, and in the end, we're spending the taxpayers' money, no matter where it comes from, whether it comes from PCDC or the city. I imagine it's going to be coming from both of our budgets, which is why I'm like I'm saying, communication and collaboration is key.
Here we go.
At 7 o'clock.
It's 7.
I'm concerned about, we're at 7 o'clock. We'll have I'll express my concerns when we bring this up later.
So we'll bring this item right back up immediately after we go through the initial
Thank you,
processes.
Victor. And again, I don't just defer to me I don't want to mess up what you got planned, but I appreciate if that's
Yeah,
possible.
so we'd prefer to have your board present or the board present, okay? So we are adjourned as of 7 o'clock.
Thank you.
You've only done a little bit of survey.
Kim just said that she's on board.
Oh, I love the hog bunnies. I actually suggested that we do this proclamation.
All right, we have 4 council members here.
We got it. Let's do it.
All right. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Pflugerville City Council at 7:08. If you'll join me for the pledge and remain standing for a moment of silence, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor
the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
You may be seated. Our first item is public comment. In accordance with the Texas Attorney General's opinion, any public comment that is made on an item that is not on the published final agenda will only be heard by the City Council. No formal action, discussion, deliberation, or comment will be made by the City Council. Each person providing public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. I have Tracy Dockert. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to take a few minutes to share some exciting updates, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. We wrapped up our spring season, and we have now entered All-Star season, one of the most exciting times of the year for our players and our families. This year, we are proud that we were able to field a 6, an 8, a 10, and a 12U All-Star teams. We had a warm-up tournament, and 2 of our teams took first place, and 2 of our teams took second place in that warm-up tournament. This is the South region. So that shows, a great showing that reflects the heart and hard work of these kids put into the game. We just finished sectionals yesterday, where our 10U team placed first, and our other 3 teams, our 6U, our 8U, and our 12U, again, qualified for regionals. What's even more exciting is that regionals are being played right here in your city this weekend. It's a big opportunity, not just for our league, but for our entire community. Families will come from all over the region and will be coming here, staying at our hotels, eating at our local restaurants, and seeing firsthand what the special place is. Some of our divisions will go from regionals straight to the World Series, while the others will head from regionals to zone in Louisiana, and then to the World Series from zone. These kids are doing amazing things, and they're representing our city with pride and passion. These kids and families are the heart of our community, and what they're building here goes far beyond the ball field. Thank you again for letting me share this update, and if you are free this weekend, I really encourage you to stop by regionals, even just for a few minutes. Your presence would mean more than you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to make public comment? Okay. Moving on to a mayor's proclamation. So this evening I have the pleasure of announcing Men's Mental Health Awareness Month and crucial steps raising awareness around men's mental health. Each year, millions of men are affected by mental health conditions. Addressing men's mental health encourages open conversations and promotes access to resources, education, and supportive services tailored to men's needs. I proclaim June 2025 as Men's Mental Health Awareness Month in the city of Pflugerville, and we have Dr. Martinez with the Hogg Foundation for Mental Health here to accept that proclamation. And Dr. Martinez, if you'd like to say a few words.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gonzalez. Thank you, Mayor Gonzalez, and the city of Pflugerville, as well as the city council. The Hogg Foundation for Mental Health, we've been around since 1940, helping to ensure the mental health as well as the well-being of all of Texas. But it's proclamations like this in recognition by cities and individuals and citizens that really makes it real. Because what it does, as the mayor indicated, it elevates mental health, especially men's mental health. We guys, we're not very good about going and seeing the doctor, let alone a psychiatrist or social worker or a behavioral specialist. But many of us do, just like our veterans do, right? And it's time, and this proclamation, it elevates it, and it also helps to address stigma. And for that, we thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Let's take a picture.
Thank you.
I was just like, Octavia, I expect a hook 'em somewhere in that proclamation. Okay.
We gotta do that hook.
There we go. There we go.
We greatly appreciate it.
That's not me.
Okay, so we left off the special meeting with a item unfinished. So we're going to go back to item 3A, which is joint meeting with City Council and PCDC Board to discuss and consider action regarding Project Greenfield. Gentlemen, if you'd come forward. One of the things that I wanted to say, and I'm a member of the PCDC board, excuse me. At our PCDC board meeting, I reserved comment, is that, I've been part of the PCDC for a little over a year now, and have been part of a group of members that are pretty solid in this community. Homeowners, residents for a long time, they understand and know Pflugerville, and that, to me, that's the most important part. The fact that we've had certainly some administrative changes have derailed us a little bit in terms of our momentum. One of the things that we have a great opportunity with Project Greenfield moving forward. I think that was one of the successes, in terms of during the interim period that PCDC was able to accomplish. I'm very proud of that. Having been a longtime resident of a population of 272, that's pretty significant to me. I would like to share that, having been on the City Council now for going on 18 years, that I have not seen a better equipped city in terms of staffing, personnel, accomplishments, resources. This city is totally amazing. It really is. In spite of all the challenges that I know that we've had, and certainly we've had several. And we may have several in the future, but you know what? We're going to get through all that. And so to the board and to Jerry, I wanted to emphasize that I think you have a staff here that has the wherewithal, has the resources. We certainly utilize consulting services all the time, as most other cities do and organizations do, to try to get us to that benchmark that we're achieving. I think one of the things that Council Member Weiss mentioned was vision, and I think that sometimes we forget what the vision is. And I think each of us have a different perspective of that vision. This particular project can have a very unique vision. It has to have a very consistent vision and not a hodgepodge of projects in development that make it like a couple of the other projects that we currently have in our city. They're not bad, but they're not the best. But I think that where we are today, and with the status of the city of Pflugerville and where we stand in the community and where we stand in the state and nationally, that I think this project will certainly be another crown jewel, if you will, if developed correctly. And I know that's a challenge for all of us, for the board, for the city council, is we don't necessarily know what the end result will be. We think we know what it will be. We hope that it will be. And certainly, we talked about the higher education facility. We've been talking about that for years and years and years. And whether that's accomplishable, I would like to believe it is. I would like to believe it is. So to Jerry and your staff, I would say that you have a wealth of resources within the city of Pflugerville, especially today. The development services area, public works. I mean, you can pick any one, and they're excellent. And so they're at the Economic Development Board's use at all times, obviously. And I think when the board said collaborate, I think we really meant collaborate. I mean, in terms of really working with Serena and her staff and their leadership. So I know that we're at the point now where we need to decide who drives the bus, because I think that was the question earlier. And, it doesn't really matter who drives the bus as long as we get to the same destination. And I think if we're working together, and certainly I would like to believe that our board members, me being one of them, will certainly be part of that driving the bus, if you will. So this is an important project, and I think it needs to be moved forward with, refer to warp speed. I know we've been moving at warp speed for a long time, in spite of the economic challenges, but I think it needs to move forward swiftly. I think it needs to move forward effectively. And effectively, I mean in terms of planning, in terms of cost, in terms of investment, in terms of resources and staff. We've been doing that for a long time now. And I think we can get there quicker, sooner than later, because it stands to create kind of a synergy. As we've talked about moving east, there is a synergy that I think this project will elevate in that particular area, and particularly in terms of where it's situated, over in the lake area, and the development that's happening over there. So, council, I, make my comments, and I think that I personally prefer the request for qualifications versus quote, because I think it's more comprehensive and I think it's more effective.
Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
I'd like to make a few comments, if you don't mind, Councilman Matera. I am concerned that we have hired a subject matter expert, that we have a subject matter board, and that we're not letting them do what they were brought on board to do. We have a very excellent legal staff. We have very excellent engineering staff. I don't want the engineering guys running the legal department, and I don't want the legal guys running the engineering department. They need to cooperate and collaborate, because the engineering guys need to know what's legal, and the legal guys need to understand the laws of physics. But they can't do each other's job. And I think that if we have an economic development project, we need to have our economic development people have their hands on the steering wheel.
Well, they should.
And I just want to make sure that as capable and qualified as our other people are, that they are not trying to steer the bus. And to that extent, I think that the PCDC board has considered various options, and they think that the request for quote is the way to go. I think we should defer to the PCDC board on that.
You making a motion?
I move that we defer to the PCDC board on the question of how the next step is taken.
So my question with that, just for understanding as well, if we're talking about the queue, whether qualifications or quotes, if the city has stated that they follow a different process, how, and I'm just asking, how would that actually work? Can someone explain that to me?
Now, I don't have the background in the law of economic development that. Where'd our
Attorney.
Oh, you moved and I lost you. That the council for the PCDC board has, but my understanding is that there are separate processes, and one of them is mandated for cities. And the other one is allowed but not mandated for economic development organizations. So economic developments are organizations are allowed to do this request for quote, which is not something that is available to the city under the local government code. So my understanding is, and Counselor, correct me if I'm incorrect about this, that the PCDC has both options open to them. And the PCDC board considered which way to go. And the PCDC board directed the director to go forward with the request for quote. Now, if I misunderstood that, please, correct me. But I feel like we have a driver.
If that's not the city's process, then does that not eliminate some of the collaboration because that's not the city's process?
It's a different decision about how the process goes forward, and there is, there's collaboration that can go both ways, but somebody has to drive the bus, and this is a decision about who you're going to put behind the wheel.
Councilwoman, I think the ultimate decision in that, in what is the, I guess you could say the crux of where this all falls down to is, if we go with the request for quotes, the decision on who would be selected would more than likely fall first with the PCDC board. We would review it. There would probably a committee who would review the responses, and they would be the first to check off who should be considered and approved for the response for the project, right? From there, it would then go to the council because you guys have to approve those types of contractual expenditures, and so that is the difference. Now, if it goes through the request for qualifications through the city's system, the Development Services, I believe, is the contact person for the responses, and it's more of a city staff direction.
So let me ask this question to just get some clarity and understand it. I unfortunately did procurement law for 2 years. Never want to go back to doing it. So when we talk about RFPs, RFIs, RFQs, a variety of different things, I'm pretty caught of stuff. I want this answered by the two attorneys here. Correct me if I'm wrong here. If we go for a request for quotes, the process that's the notice specifically for an economic development corporation in Texas, that precludes the city to actually go ahead, just like you said, like regarding the actual onus regarding how the project is run, operate on everything else from that. That precludes the city from utilizing or leveraging or participating in that process because that process is a specific tool for the Economic Development Corporation, as opposed to a request for qualification allows for a both the city and the Economic Development Corporation, because it doesn't preclude the Economic Development Corporation from being involved or issuing an a request for qualifications. Let's make sure, since we're using RFQ both ways over here with that, from that process. Am I right?
I think you've stated it correctly.
Yeah. Okay. So the reason why I keep saying request for qualification is because I want to make sure that, one, we have all the tools in the tool belt regarding that. Two, to your point, he's the SME. I want to make sure that in whatever we're doing, we're involved in, and I'm a little flummoxed by why we have to keep reiterating that, working together on this process. You brought up the point specifically, you're like, wait a minute, why isn't that happening? That's exactly what's going to happen. The mayor said it best. Victor said it best, that that's what will happen moving forward. Now, I don't want to have to be in the process. I don't think any of us on this dais to tell you, okay, fine, we're going to be project managers. What's next? What goes on from there? We don't want to have to do that. We just want to make sure, okay, listen, issue this, y'all figure it out, and work together on these things. Mark is right. Originally, y'all had it from there as well. Victor said it's exactly right. We expect for that to happen. And I'd rather not get into particularities about it. And that's why I asked you if you're asking for, if that was a motion. Because my motion was do a request for qualifications and make sure that we utilize and leverage and part of the Economic Development Corporation Executive Director in how we're leveraging and moving this project moving forward together as a city. I don't think Serena said at all whatsoever that should be an issue. I want to make sure that we're very clear about that and that we are actually utilizing the leverage points that we need. Because now more than ever, we just saw it. We need you guys to succeed. And we need you guys, your expertise, your knowledge, your know-how. We need for that to happen for the city at this moment in time to be able to go ahead and do something moving forward. So I'm a little frustrated because I'm getting tired of having this conversation. And I just want to be able to move this and then let's move forward.
So a point of clarification, Mr. Councilman Matera, if we do a request for qualification, who makes the recommendation when the qualifications come through? Is that done by the city manager? Is that done by the executive director? Is it done by the PCDC board? I know we get to ratify or not ratify whatever the decision is that's brought forward. But what's the next step? The request for qualification goes out. The responses come back. Who do those go to?
So when I worked at Health and Human Services doing procurement, let me tell you, the person that was involved specifically was the assistant executive director or commissioner regarding procurement, as well as the executive commissioner for Health and Human Services. And they get together, they get in a room, you get the proposals, it's 5:00, you have those envelopes, and they're like, listen, you start looking at those things. I see no difference in that happening here. And that's just what Doug was saying regarding that, is that having have a conversation about that. Now, if we're saying that we have to make a decision on that, I would hope we wouldn't have to. I would say that, hey, listening together, this is the best person that we think working together on these things, that should happen.
Would that still go to the PCDC board to ratify and then come to us?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, whoever issues.
Yeah.
Okay, so it would be.
Who issues it?
Wait, let's hear what Serena's got to say. Go ahead, Serena.
I mean, it's really not about the tool. It's about project management. As the staff is very accustomed to speaking to PCDC board, we go to meetings. We are happy to take it through that process. Yeah.
Thank you.
My question is, the RFQ, the difference between quotes and qualifications. Would a request for quote be determined based on low bid, or is there subjective criteria included in an RF quote?
No, actually, that's a really great question. The metrics on the request for
is there a rubric built into the request?
Yes. So there is a rubric built into it. The request for quotes versus the request for qualifications, the percentage. Here it goes. Right. I'm sorry. For the city's version of the document, the request for qualifications, and I'm scrolling down to this, it's heavily weighted towards the experience of the project manager and project principal, because that's where the 30 points would go to. And then the firm's comparable project experience in managing a full development life cycle versus the PCDC's format is saying that you get 40% of the 100 points for your innovative approach to looking at these projects and outlining that, and as well as showing your expertise in identifying signature anchor attractions. So based off of this council's statements on January the 28th, when you all, as a consensus, said that you wanted a unique regional attraction that draws people to the area, that's how the request for quotes was written in order to get that endpoint, get to that endpoint.
And I'm sorry, I'm getting a confused look on my face.
I don't think there was a direct answer to your question.
No, so
What I didn't
no, the confusion I have. So you say part of the scoring on the request for quote is the innovative approach, but the request for quote is for someone to perform a market analysis.
Correct.
So I can see innovation being in the outcome of the market analysis, but I don't see innovation in the approach of a market analysis.
Well, that's where the qualifications comes from. The part of the document requires that they show previous work that they've done and what the outcomes of that work was. So what it became. One other piece that was just stated about one tool versus the other. When you look at requests for quotes or requests for qualifications, the only time that the city would not probably be able to participate is in the request process of announcing that the opportunity is there. After the process goes through the PCDC board and selecting whoever that firm would be and the council ratifying that, at that point, that selected firm has to sit down and meet with everybody that's in this room and some people who aren't in this room. And so the process only changes at the beginning, and that is the format on how the firm gets here. That's it. That's the only difference in this situation. Once the firm gets here, everything is the same. So we're literally talking about which process do they enter.
I disagree, because I think in the qualification approach with the professional services firm coming on board, there's a requirement that they provide a project schedule, right? That they have a full scope of responsibilities, whereas the request for quote, as I understand it, is part of those responsibilities, not a full schedule.
Yeah, because we don't know what the project is.
Right.
We don't even know if it's what the project looks like. So
true, but we can still establish a schedule and responsibilities for the phases of the project, even if we don't know what we're building.
It's even a little bit more basic than that. It's that first step of what do you have? How can you do it? From the standpoint of their perspective. And sharing that information and that knowledge to the board and to the city council.
Darrell, you and I go way back, right? We built that 130 Commerce Center. I think
that was one of the items.
One of the things that we did over there at PCDC, and I think we might have taken a little bit of a piecemeal approach to that. We drew out some parcels, and then we figured out what would go. I think go ahead.
And that's an excellent example, because in that particular instance, it literally was a green field. There was nothing out there to that side. And what we have in this particular parcel is the utilities and other advantages that are far more mature than what we were going at. And I fully agree with what you just said. We literally went with a completely piece of blank campus. And the city was supportive of what we were doing, and the PCDC, and there were lots of decisions made, some of which were brilliant and some of which we learned from something. But the point was, it was a collaborative process, which I think is what we're all trying to get to. But the thing at that point, using that example, we had the PCDC executive director, who was the one that was leading what we were doing. And that was extremely helpful, because as we had issues, both positive and negative, that arose, we had one place where they had to go through, and someone was overseeing it, feeding information to the board, feeding information to the city council.
Absolutely, absolutely. That was it was effective, if not a bit hodgepodge, but effective. I think when I hear the request for quote, what I'm hearing, I have high expectations for this property. I think we all do, and I think my biggest fear with the quote is the idea that we're going to go have someone tell us, we're going to have someone tell us what the market supports. With 130 Commerce Center, if we asked people what the market would support, it was, well, you can't do anything with that property. That's what we were told at the very beginning. We made it happen. So I'm not really looking for what the market supports on Greenfield. What I'm looking for is what we want it to be, what we dream it to be. And then the people of Pflugerville have continued to rise to the occasion. They continued to say, we want something better than what you think the market supports. We can support even more. And I think that's my hesitation with the request for quote, is that we're going to end up with more warehouse and tilt wall, because that's what they say that we support. But we know we can support a 12-story office building, or something along those lines, and an auditorium and a
Councilman,
Stop. Keep going. Stop. Keep going.
I assure you that I will. I will not be bringing tilt wall to that project.
No doubt.
I don't want to get my car egged. And
Well, wait a minute. I've had that position before, and I'm okay with tilt walls in certain places, so not just on that project.
yes.
True.
Keep going.
No, I think I've said what I need to say. Yeah, I think we need to establish the vision for the property, and then figure out how to make the market make sense.
So to your point, that's what we did. Like, we had this whole conversation about what we'd like to be there, which included the school, which included the hotel, which included the hot tax, and and let's be honest, utilizing all the tools in the tool belt that would go and leverage and break open what we'd be able to do with that complex and facility, those partnerships that we're looking for that. I see no difference in what we're trying to do or get accomplished here. I've already heard it numerous times already from what Jerry had to say. He was like, hey, listen, go either way, it's fine, but let's go ahead and go together and let's get this done and down the road, make a decision. And so, I don't see anything that's going to go ahead and disallow a partnership to work, because in the end, y'all, that's what that's what I expect. I expect for that to happen, for that. You expect that to happen. That's what y'all, and if people who are just listening to our conversations here, we don't just put people in committees to put people in committees. We just don't. There's a whole lot of stuff going on around here that, a lot of us, we just don't have time to put our eyes on and work from there. We've got to trust in the people that we put in these positions to make a demonstrable difference for the future of the city. And that's what we have in each and every one of you. So, my opinion is, yes, let's go ahead and do a request for qualifications. If I've got to be clear to say, for the love of goodness sake, partner and work together, what my assumption is, correct me if I'm wrong, Serena, is that once we go ahead and we get the bids back in from the RFQs, there'll be a committee, a group, and then people will be able to individually score what happens from there as well. The expectation would be, Jerry to be on that committee, staff, Jerry, whoever you select from staff, who's going to be on that committee, Serena, whoever you have in staff to be on the committee, and then you all have a decision, you have a conversation about it, which was just like every other procurement process that I've been a part of my entire life. I don't see how that changes anything. Am I right?
Just an example, Downtown East, Christian was on our team to select for Downtown East. That's absolutely. The project team reviews responses, they individually grade, they do the overall selection. We have a team that does that. We would then present to the PCDC board and then bring to you for council selection.
May I ask a question, though? Just as not just PCDC board member, but community member, citizen, is that with Downtown East, what you had was a municipal center that was definitely an anchor for downtown. I see that. But I don't see Greenfield as a municipal center.
Oh, yeah,
I don't,
yeah.
I see it as
Correct.
a commercial style type development.
Agreed.
And I also understand, and please, if I say something that's incorrect, you can stop me, you will not offend me. But I also understand from what was being said, that from the city standpoint, if it's not a request for qualifications, the city's not gonna do anything with it. That's a nonstop, that a request for quote would not really be, would be an option that would be considered. Now, I may have misunderstood part of what was being
A city is
discussed.
legally prohibited from.
The law
performing
the law precludes it.
At a step in the process. But once the
Correct.
because in reading the documents and such that I've gone through, yes, there is an iteration where it has to flow through the economic development piece. And then once that piece has been addressed, then the city's involvement is not precluded. But again, that's why I'm asking it this way, because if I'm missing something, please tell me.
Yeah, and so it's a great point, because I want to make sure what we're really talking about here. Having an owner's rep from the onset.
Exactly.
That's what it is. Having the owner's rep from the onset. The actual tools and the tool sets are leveraged in a certain way to allow for the procurement process to move forward. But whether or not an owner's rep is from the onset or not, and from this viewpoint that we've had, our experience is that you want an owner's rep from the onset, an owner's rep that you can trust. We have seen that, and just like you said, okay, you have a municipal project regarding the anchor of what happened with the city hall and everything else from there. What's going to be built and come to fruition? What? This year plus a couple of months or so. So probably November 2026, maybe October 2026, is very different than what we had envisioned from the onset.
Right.
And it's because our owner's rep, to your point about what the market bears and what's going on from there, came to us and said, hey, y'all have this great idea. It's not going to work. It's just flat out not going to work. The economics don't make sense here. You've got to pivot and you got to make something different from that as well. There is no impression whatsoever that would be dissimilar from what we want to do here. Again, what we talked about our vision. We wanted to make sure that we have, an actual place where people, how often are we talking about from our school district standpoint, hey, listen, we don't have a place to do graduation. Hey, listen, we want to go ahead and host various different events and everything else we're going to do there as well. We want to make sure that we have a facility that's over there to make that happen. Additionally speaking, we want to make sure that we have our, higher ed's, ACC, a four-year college, whatever it is, university anchored over in that specific area. Couple that with commercial and walkability. That's what we want. That's what we envision, particularly around the lake and working from that. We understand that. Now, what we need to understand is that, as we saw during our work session, Councilman, that's great. It's 2026. That's just not going to pencil right now. This is the first phase of what you can do. Or, that's a great idea. Let's go and see what tools we have out there to go in and make that happen. That's the expectation that at least I feel like we had the conversation about months ago about that and looking forward on this issue.
Councilman, I always yield to you.
So I see this as two separate things. I'm confused. It's confusing me, but there's a decision who drives the bus, independent of whatever we do next. And then there's this decision between RFQ, RF, whatever the other one is, which that also confuses me because I assume you want to do the most, whatever tool is the most flexible. My background is not government and city. It's, technology startups. And I always veer toward flexibility as much as possible. Also, per I think a comment you just made, I have to say IBM was guilty of this. You pop your head up at the beginning, do an assessment, and then you bury your head and you drive. IBM made mistakes doing that. And my companies, startup companies, can't afford to do that. You are constantly reevaluating whether direction is the right direction. My expectation is we wouldn't screw that up, first of all. We would always reevaluate whether you have a person who's this external entity designated to do it or PCDC doing whatever it is. I think, also to a point you made, I think the last meeting, that person you get, and I could be wrong, you guys correct me, the person you get to drive that should have some familiarity with what the end goal is, which we have no clue what the end goal is. Your spaceport idea. If you want to do a spaceport, you need to have a person who understands spaceports. And I don't know how you make that decision right now if you don't really know what you're going to do. So that's kind of my confusion. Independent of all this other stuff, make the decision who's driving the bus, period. Once you make that decision, I would tend toward whatever path gives us the greatest flexibility to do what we need to do to make this a successful project, period.
Thank you. Let me pick up on that. Oscar, I also, not as much as you do, but I do come from a background of technology and pivots before I went to law school, and I became very narrow focused. But you do have to be able to change and adapt as conditions change. And one of our predecessors up here used to be fond of saying, beware of council wisdom. Because we don't know nearly as much as we think we know. And that is a big part of why we rely on the Parks and Rec Commission. We rely on the PCDC. We rely on the library board. Because these are people who understand things that we don't understand. And we delegate trust and authority to those people. Yes, and we do get to check their homework periodically, but generally speaking, we are not capable of getting into the weeds, and that's I think a bad place for us to be. And I reiterate, I think we need to let the SMEs make the decisions.
Council members, I'll make this. This is my last comment on this topic. I promise, unless y'all ask a question. Be direct. Okay, there's a reason why I continue to say to go down the route of request for quotes versus qualifications. If you go down the request for qualifications, first of all, we do not know how much an owner rep is going to cost. We don't know who's going to pay it. We just got through talking about a budget and talking about how we can't afford certain things and have to scale back. And we're getting ready to sign up for an owner's rep on a project that we don't really know what it's going to be. There's a reason why I sat in my office and went this route, which is because it gets us the information that we do not have right now. It allows us to be able to know, like you said, Councilman Weiss, it allows us to know what the market says it can bear. From that, the PCDC board, the council can come together and say, we understand what the market says and what it can bear, but we're willing to incentivize the correct developer to come in and take it above what the market says that it can bear. Because if you incentivize the project, i.e., possibly say to a retail developer, if you come in and you build above grade, above what the market says it can bear, then instead of the property costing X amount of dollars, the property can be reduced and incentivized because we have that in our tool belt to be able to do that. Doing stuff like that, or coming back and saying, hey, let's incentivize the roads that take you into the property, thus the developers won't have to incur that cost. They can then take the money that they would put into the roadways and put it into increasing the value of the property. There are reasons why the EDC does things a certain way because the tools that we have at our disposal. At this point, we can go down whichever route that at the end of the day, you guys are the council anyway. So, and as executive director, I execute what I'm directed to do. That's the reason why they called it that.
Thank you, Jerry.
Yeah, and Jerry, I was gonna say, if I recall correctly, from last meeting, you have never used an owner's rep in any time that you've done economic development, correct?
Not until I knew the project.
Oh, okay. So, but you had not done it from the onset, correct?
No.
Okay. But it's not atypical for an economic development, either corporation or rep to go ahead and use an owner rep from the onset of the project, correct?
No.
Okay. Our experience has been to utilize an economic development corporation, an owner's rep from the onset of the project, and that familiarity. So that does not necessarily mean that either one way or the other is wrong. It's different, correct?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
May I clarify the issue of the cost? So if we go with an owner's rep and there's different phases, there's the market study, which was what the request for quotes was for, and then there's phase 2, 3, 4, once you decide. Those are separate, distinct phases that occur and that we pay for after we enter that phase. Are there ways to not incur different phases if we decide not to go down that route? Like, what are we locked into? I just wanted to address
Just like
that.
our current contracts,
So
you have outs.
We're not.
You're not.
And
When we talk about an owner's
Yeah.
rep, that's going to be a professional services agreement based on a time and materials basis, and we'd have
And
a
our
statement
severance
of
is
work
30
for
days.
each phase,
Okay.
I would imagine.
So I just wanted,
So we
because
would-
that was a
Very
concern and I wanted
Very-
to address it, so.
Very flexible.
and we may or may not have utilized that previously.
Yes.
Okay.
I feel like I've said enough, but I got one more thing to say. I think it's a false dichotomy, who's driving the bus. Because in my mind, the person driving the bus needs to be professional management. And I think that's where the owner's rep comes into play. I'm not a developer. We're not developers. The city's not a developer. We hire people to do development. Y'all aren't developers. Magnolia Ranch accepted, Oscar. But
I did a good job of that.
but we're not. None of us are professionally building something of this scale, daily. So it comes down to whoever's in charge. It's the professional management that, in my opinion, needs to be in charge. I don't care who hires the professional management. I just care that that's who we're all listening to. That's who we're paying attention to. That's the SME, the subject matter expert that Councilmember Mateer talks about. That's where I'm coming from.
So to that point, with regard to the request for qualification, who hires that firm? That owner's rep?
Well, it would come through. They'd respond to the request for qualification.
Right, but
Then
who
you make
And then it goes to PCDC.
And then you get a
and then it
piece,
goes to
you'd
the
make a
board.
recommendation to us.
Correct, but what I'm getting to is who is the ultimate management authority over, not the management process?
When we're talking about driving the bus,
Yeah.
that's
where I'm getting to.
yeah. Who's the management, the oversight authority of that manager? In my opinion, either the city manager or the executive director. It doesn't matter that much to me who's leading that deal.
So to your point, the ultimate authority is always been council.
But I need professional.
I disagree with Councilman Rogers. I learned a long time ago that you rely on the people who are doing their job, what they're doing. God bless you. You don't try to go ahead. You talk to the folks who actually know how to do the job. That's why I'm famous for saying SMEs because it's true. We
That sounds like you're agreeing with me, not disagreeing with me.
Oh, I'm disagreeing with you regarding the process because, as the executive director said, we need to have flexibility in what we're able to utilize. If we're able to utilize the RFQ allows for that more flexibility than what you would have. RFQ, request for qualifications. Let's go here. Request for quotes allows for that flexibility from the onset. The real question is what we were talking about before is whether or not to have an owner's rep from the get-go about that. We have the flexibility to go ahead and get rid of an owner's rep at a point if we need to go for that. Additionally speaking, we know that once whoever's, the procurement team is going to be looking at and making a decision that's going to make the recommendation to the PCDC board, on that will be a group that's made up of both that works from there, which I feel is very comfortable. I feel confident in that happening from there. And I feel confident in whoever they pick to bring back for us in the story. So I love having these debates. But we really have a meeting to go on. Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
Yes.
I just want to make one comment. I would, as far as leading the project, PCDC, with the help of, because you have to have somebody in charge. You can't say anybody can drive a bus. That's not true, right? So my thing would be is, for our group, is for the PCD to continue to lead this project with the help of the city management's group as well. And the other thing is, if we do go for the quest for qualification or quote, however it comes out, is a lessons learned, which one did not work, or if this did not work out good, as a reminder that there's more than one process to use. So I've used Quest for Quote multi-millions of dollars of stuff as well. So, and it's always worked out fine. So,
And I think that I'd be comfortable with a request for quote if it didn't preclude the city from being started from the onset. It's the only flexibility that goes from that. Otherwise, I mean, again, just like you said, they're utilization tools from that. So, Mary, would you entertain a motion to we would request for qualification with the direction for I don't even know how you want to put it. The executive director of PCDC and PCDC staff to work with the city to get this ball rolling. I don't know what else you want to call it.
What does that mean?
Request for clarification, Councilman Natera?
A request. Okay, then we'll do it in steps. A request for qualifications to be issued by the Economic Development Corporation.
Okay. That was my clarification. Who's going to issue it? Okay. Second.
That's fine.
Can you restate that?
The request for qualification to be issued by the Economic Development Corporation, as opposed to the request for quotes.
And you're saying this is a multi-step vote, or this is the only vote?
This is what we need to get started. The reason why we brought it back in the first place was this is discussion time. The reason why we brought this back was because we had concerns about a request for quotes. This allows specifically for the city to go ahead and work with us over here as well. My apprehension is that that we don't allow for the city to be able to be a part of the process from the onset.
So Rudy, let me ask for clarification as well. So
Yeah.
a lot of clarification here. So we're voting on having the PCDC issue the request for qualification. So does that put the executive director in charge?
I think that puts the board in charge.
Is that what we want to say?
The board needs to work with their executive director.
I don't know. That's still great.
Yeah, I was about to say that's okay. From my standpoint,
Yeah, when you say issued by the PCDC, so there's two questions. There's what request
What
is going
mechanism?
out, and who is leading who's the main person leading?
Yeah, let's not use drive the bus anymore,
Yeah.
please, folks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
So I wanted to clarify, my answer to Darrell and in response to Mr. Lee as well. What I keep hearing, the debate I feel like we're having is the PCDC wants to issue a request for quote, and the city wants to issue a request for qualification. And so that feels like that's the division. I just want to make sure that the PCDC is willing to entertain issuing the request for qualification, because I'm perfectly happy with PCDC running point, but I feel like the owner's rep and the professional management that goes along with that, getting the project from beginning to end all the way through is of paramount importance. So if my question is, request for quote, request for qualification, I'm going with request for qualification. But if y'all are willing to do a request for qualification, then I think we should move forward.
So as president, the vehicle is, from the standpoint of this discussion, the vehicle that we were advocating was a request for quote for the various reasons we mentioned. The city council makes the determination of what vehicle we use. So if it's request for qualifications is the directive, then that's the vehicle we use.
Okay. And that's, Rudy, that's the motion you made.
Ms. Holliday, are you clear on this? I know that there's been a lot of discussion on it, and I want to make sure we all understand.
And can I actually, and I,
Go ahead.
not as a, due respect for the council, just make sure I'm on the same page. The motion is request for qualification. And then there was further discussion about, is it issued from PCDC or is it issued from the city? And what I heard was issued from PCDC.
That's correct. That's correct.
That's what I heard as
Okay.
well.
And that's what he said.
And
that's why Doug's question was pertinent.
So then-
y'all are okay with that? I mean, or let me.
So who's leading the,
As the council, we have direct authority over the appointment of PCDC commissioner.
True, but
we
if
do not have
if a
direct
body is not
authority
on
over the
board, the
executive.
body will not be effective.
Right.
So I don't want to say, hey, you have to do this, and you're going to be like, we don't really want to do that, so we'll lollygag and not necessarily get it done. I want to make sure that we've got buy-in, that you're as excited about it as we are.
Because if they want to go with request for qualification, and that there will be a partnership, a true partnership working on that. And so if you're okay with the request for qualification, that's why I said for you guys to issue for that, but I expect a true collaboration working on that. Because let me put it this way. I don't want to have y'all come back here in a month or two arguing and telling us about how not getting along with this getting done. And that this hasn't been issued. Because for our standpoint,
I feel like we're 2 months behind already.
We thought this should have been issued a long time ago.
Oh, y'all looking at me for a response?
Yeah.
As the executive director, I execute what I'm directed to do by my board through the alignment of the council.
Oh, see, they haven't voted to give you that direction either.
Well, and Mayor, you serve on both bodies here. I would love to get your opinion in support or opposition to Rudy's motion.
Well, I've already said I support the request for qualifications, and I think that if the PCDC board embraces that, and of course I've embraced it, and working not only collaboratively with the PCDC director, but as well as the city manager's office, whoever she may designate. Yeah. And I think it'll work. And so, but if any of you have any angst about it, this is the time to say, because I don't want to hear about it later.
Because we don't want to hear people, what'd you say, dragging feet?
Right. And again, I know you're going to a vote here in a moment, but for the benefit of the council, as a president of PCDC, after your vote, the PCDC board, I will entertain a motion of similar for direction to the executive director.
Are you sure you're not going to say the opposite?
I guess we'll see.
Well, it depends.
know him?
So I'll just make a comment though, is once we make a decision, there's no lollygagging. We'll salute smartly and move forward. That's the way the
Absolutely.
process works. That's what you guys have decided. That's what we will go and execute.
We take that hill.
All right? Won't be back here in 2 months or a month. So.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we need any more clarification?
Please no.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is clear as mud. All right. I don't.
And I feel you, Oscar, I do.
Whose butt is on the hook for this project? Plain and simple.
The council.
All of ours,
No.
yeah.
I'm talking about the management of the project. The management of the project. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't understand the government stuff.
Well, if we're making this decision collectively, when I say collectively, both boards, and we're all in unison, and we have the owner's rep. The owner's rep's butt is on the line, okay, which is based on the PCDC board's evaluation and engagement with whoever that may be, as well as the city council. So we both have oversight in that area.
And then,
Well, but there is going to be someone who is going to follow up. You always have to have follow up with vendors, right? So who's responsible if the vendor isn't responding? If we're not on track with our time frame, to Mr. Mitchell's point, who's on the hook for that? Whose responsibility is that to ensure that our project manager is delivering?
So that would be PCD.
Who's signing contracts?
That's
Yeah, no,
for this, whoever signs
Whoever
the
signs the
contract?
contract,
So-
yeah.
Okay, so that's what I
Okay.
wanted to be clear.
let's be clear. And
Yes,
it's
because-
Serena.
When you say
this is-
Yeah, that's not what I got when
you say PCDC was issuing, that's
the request
PCDC.
for qualifications, then
So
And it's-
PCDC's not
Where's the
issuing
money
the
coming from? Because I'm confused. I thought PCDC contract, PCDC was paying.
If
Like,
PCDC is issuing, PCDC is signing, PCDC is paying, PCDC gets the
With the council.
authority
Yeah,
over the owner's rep.
Can't do anything.
With council approval.
Council
With council approval, always, but
All
Yes.
contracts.
So then it's Mr. Jones's butt on the line.
It's always been my. I'm married. I'm never wrong.
Okay.
Thank you. That's
This is why we needed several layers of clarity.
Well, I want to make sure we're clear too, because just to be clear,
We're ending agenda item.
never be.
Serena has done this before. My expectation is whatever vehicle, whatever utility, whatever, let's be honest, document she gives you for this, that's what's utilized and leveraged. That's issued from y'all because she's done it before. And then again, because apparently I have to be
Yes.
more prescriptive than I'd like to be. That's a true collaboration, talking to with amongst each other regarding that, and that, as Mark said, he promised we will not be back here in 2 months having this discussion. Does that make sense?
I think they need to be able to look at the rubric and possibly edit that, because it does seem like maybe exactly how the scoring is done might be something to look at, regardless of whether it's a request for quote or request for qualifications. The history of innovation in project design does seem like something that we as a council asked for.
All right. Call question. Let's do it.
And if I'll repeat the motion because it's been a minute. So it is a motion for a request for qualifications to be issued by the Economic Development Corporation.
Any question about that?
I just, issuing and managing a project are two things. I don't care who issues the RFQ. It doesn't matter. It's already written. It was supposed to be issued February. I don't care whose name is on it.
So
We
let's-
don't do it for credit.
So how about we do this?
So we
and
don't-
then- And then after that, I mean, do you want me to put it in the same motion? I mean, what?
Yeah, because
Yes.
it's two-part. Issuing the
Well, that's
RFQ
what I'm
is,
saying. That's why
is
it's
very
two
different.
parts.
Yeah, I mean,
So get through with this one and then move on.
Yes,
to the
staff doesn't care
That's
who
what I'm
issues.
saying. Yeah, let's go.
Okay. Give us a second thought before you guys take action.
Thank you. All right. Now I'm all ears to hear about what you're saying, Serena.
oh, I mean, issuing an RFQ is like who hits the submit button. I mean, I'm not,
But
that
it hasn't
isn't.
happened. I mean, my opinion, the reason why I wanted that done is because we haven't done it, and it should have been done about a couple months ago.
Sure, we had
Now
it,
let's-
yeah, it's ready in February.
Okay, so-
We're happy to hit
so now
send
let's talk
whenever
about
you
that.
like. I can do it tomorrow.
To answer the other question, who's going to direct the project? Mr. Mayor, would you entertain a motion that the project be directed by the PCDC going forward?
Can you elaborate on directed? I mean, it's overseen, it's kind of broad for me. But that's fine, you can make that motion.
I mean, the PCDC oversee the project going forward. I'll be happy to adopt your language for that.
That a motion?
That's the motion.
So would the first vote that we just did even make sense if this is where we're going?
We chose qualifications at least on the.
Yeah,
Yes.
so we split it up
Makes sense because we wanted to qualify.
as a two-part
They wanted to,
question.
that's why it was going to be one motion or two motions.
That's
So
why I
one
wanted
motion for what are we going to send out, and now we need to decide.
What we're sending
Well-
out and who's sending it out is what that was.
See, I think
That was the first one.
yeah, this is kind of an oxymoron because I mean the PCDC board has to be involved in direction. The city council has to be involved in direction. So I don't, you know.
Do we have to vote on it?
So
Hey,
does that,
let me see if I can phrase the motion that I think you're attempting to make, David.
Be happy to accept on that motion.
I would, well, let's call it that.
Be careful on the amendment.
I would move that PCDC, with the assistance of city staff, evaluate, hire, fund, and oversee the owner's rep identified through the RF qualifications process.
RFQ.
I'd be happy to accept that amendment.
Is that
That's fine.
holistic enough for you, Mayor? Does that does that clarify the pieces? Okay.
Is that a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Do we get the wording of that?
Trista, you got
Trista got the wording of that.
Well, it's recorded, so
Yeah.
we can always come back.
Say it again, Trista.
I will repeat it.
Thank you,
With
ma'am.
Mr. Weiss's amendment, move that PCDC, with the assistance of city staff, evaluate, hire, fund, and oversee the owner's rep identified through the RFQ process.
Make sure you spell out qualification.
Yeah, make it request
Got it?
qualification process,
That,
right?
that queue, I never knew a queue to hold so many meetings.
Okay, so
But
now it's discussion time.
further discussion?
Yeah. What do we have to make clear about what that partnership looks like?
At this point,
So my
I mean, because I'm serious. I mean, I do not want to hear again. Hey, listen, this is who's on first.
the farce has been memorialized, cremated, and I get it. Let me say it that way.
So
I get
when
it clear.
I say with the assistance
With and
of city
without
staff,
glasses.
what I intend to communicate there is that I expect that you will have city representation on the review utilizing the rubric in the request for qualification. So if you have 8 people reviewing, 2 or 3 of those are city representatives.
Absolutely.
If you got 3 people, at least one of them's a city rep, however that works. But that's my expectation from a practical standpoint.
So any meetings that we have regarding this, I expect for city staff to be, I don't care who it is, but
Yeah.
be
Consulted.
there, involved. Yeah,
Part of the process.
Being at the meeting, being in the process, and everything else as well.
And are both groups going to agree on the timeline of expectations of each step in the process so that we are not delayed as we have experienced so far?
I think Serena and I can hammer that out. I think.
Okay, because that was a concern, so that's why I wanted.
While we're doing what we're doing, I understand that fully, but there's some parts of this I think we can hash out.
But at that point, would the owner's rep be responsible for the schedule?
Absolutely. Like,
No, I meant our schedule and going through that process and making sure that we get to the point of.
Oh, the RFQ.
Yeah, because it's been delayed, so I want to make sure that we move forward with the appropriate timeline that everyone agrees on of when are we going to.
Rudy, what's the phrase? All due.
With all deliberate speed. Okay, so as Serena said, this has been ready since February. The expectation is that today's Tuesday. Nope, my personal opinion. Let everyone speak for themselves. There's no reason why this shouldn't be on the street in the next couple of days. Like, just, and then from there, how much was the time? How much was the response time?
I'd have to read it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a deadline.
Was
for
it 30 or
questions, a
60?
deadline
Yeah.
for responses.
Yeah, I expect to hear something.
timeline just needs to shift. It's in there.
Yeah, but I expect to hear something back in September
And
at the latest.
should we be clear that this is also?
It's already July.
Yeah. Do we need to stipulate where this is published?
Oh.
I hope I don't have to go into that detail, but my expectation is we reach as widely as possible and manage the responses.
So yes, do we have to stipulate that? I forgot. That was a good point. That got brought up last time.
Civcast or whatever.
As long as I have access to Civcast or.
And that should be
I don't-
included in our
yeah, it
administrative
doesn't-
agreement.
As long as I have access to
You
it,
can
that's all
push through
that matters.
Civcast and then also reach out independently to
Yeah,
other
I did it with
entities
both.
that you're aware of.
Do both.
Yeah.
All right.
Darrell.
Okay, so I've read the request for qualification, and yes, there will be some adjustments and dates, obviously. But what I heard was that document, and again, be very quick. It's not like it's going to take a process. It's going to be very quick. That request for qualifications document will be revisited, tweaked as it's necessary, whether it be dates or other information, to be consistent when it is posted, that the city and PCDC's leadership see that we're capturing what we're requesting without any equivocation.
From when I was informed, correct me if I'm wrong, Serena, is that the document as presented previously was ready to go and in compliance with any sort of mandatory legal aspects for PCDC to issue.
Right, and again, I've read it. I've seen some things that and again, not major changes, but I'm just saying it will take a moment for a revisit to make sure those things are right.
When you say a moment, you talking issuing it Thursday, Friday, or a month from now?
We're talking days.
Days?
So before the end of the week?
I don't see why not. All I'm getting to
Okay.
is it's not just move the
Okay.
dates and fire.
Yeah.
It may be,
I heard maybe we want to tweak some of the
Correct.
weighting on the rubric.
correct. That's all I'm getting to, is that it's not, I heard the comment about just move some dates and fire, and it's close to that from what I read. But I'm just saying, we just,
Let's put it this way: we'd be very disappointed if we don't have in our Friday report that this has been.
I mean, I'm not expecting
Sent out.
substantive changes.
Yeah.
no, we're not talking.
This should be de
substantive
minimis
changes.
at best.
Correct.
Okay.
But I'm talking
Councilman
about
White's-
accuracy.
Councilman White, I'm sorry, understands what Councilman White's is saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. Trista's like, move everyone along.
Okay. Motion carried. Thank you, gentlemen.
So I would like to just, as we're.
Oh, you got to vote.
Before we
yeah.
adjourn, I would entertain a motion, I'll actually make the motion, I just seek for a second. That PCDC give direction to the executive director to move forward with issuing a request for qualification in conjunction with the feedback and information from the city of Pflugerville staff.
Second.
And I have a second from Oscar. Aye.
Aye.
Oscar.
Aye.
4-0, unanimous vote of who's present.
I was waiting for you to vote.
I now move that our PCDC meeting is adjourned.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, everyone.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here and bearing with us through that.
That horse is dead.
At least we don't have a bus. Okay.
Guess we don't have a bus.
Our next item is the consent agenda. Mr. Rogers has requested items.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull 5H as in Harry, 5M as in Mary, and 5N as in Nancy.
Okay.
Can you give me 5
Okay.
Baker?
What?
Five Baker, as in Baker.
5D,
as in Daniel,
Daniel, 5E as in,
England,
there you go. 5J,
okay, as in Jesus.
yeah, and 5L, sorry.
Call them up.
Is there anything left?
I mean,
I have-
why don't we just call them all?
Do we have any left?
Well, if you'd like to pull the remainder, Councilman Chair, knock yourself out.
I think we all need Jesus after that.
Oh, there's a whole bunch. All right.
All right, I have items 5B, 5D, 5E, 5H, 5J, 5L, 5M, and 5N pulled from the consent agenda. 5A is approving an ordinance on second reading with it caption reading an ordinance amending and updating the City of Pflugerville Code of Ordinances, Title 15, Land Usage, Chapter 158, Stormwater Pollution Control Ordinance, providing cumulative repealer and severability clauses, providing for open meeting and establishing an effective date. Again, items 5B, 5D, 5E, 5H, 5J, 5L, 5M, and 5N have been pulled. All remaining items may be acted upon in a single motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion and second. Okay, motion carried. Okay, moving ahead with item number 6, public hearings. 6A, conduct a public hearing and consider approving the first reading of an ordinance with the caption reading, an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, amending ordinance number 1203-15-02-24 of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, is amended by rezoning approximately 50.455 acres from agricultural development reserve to single-family residential district, 9.287 acres from agricultural development reserve to single-family mixed-use district, 3.566 acres from agricultural development reserve to general business 1 district, and 12.28 acres from agricultural development reserve to park facilities and open space district. All of portions of the Andrew Austin Survey number 19, abstract number 38, and GB Simpleman and JV Bergen Survey number 285, abstract number 2370 in Travis County, Texas, to be known as the Cameron Valley rezoning, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Whoa.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Yasmin Turk, and I am the Planning Manager for the City of Pflugerville. And tonight I'm presenting the Cameron Valley rezoning.
Yasmin, how many people do you think in our city even know that's even here?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, Trista, I'll get closer to the microphone. I said, how many people do you think in our city even know that exist? This area right here.
Well, this is why we have this opportunity. Now they'll get to see it and they'll get to hear all about it. Learning together. So the location of the subject property is the southeast corner of Cameron Road and Stager Lane. As shown on the screen, this property borders Meadowlark Preserve and the Pflugerville ISD property. Excuse me. So a little background on this this subject property. A non-annexation agreement for this property was entered into in 2008, but with the proposed development, this property was subject to annexation and given an agricultural zoning. The request is to rezone from agriculture to single-family residential, single-family mixed-use, general business 1, parks and open space as allocated here. So the requested zoning category of SFR is primarily for residential subdivisions with various lot sizes, and the SFMU is designated for higher density and allows for some non-residential use when the conditions are met. And PF for parkland or open space is pretty explanatory, and the GB1 designation allows for commercial use and allows for vertical mixed use above commercial. The Southeastern Preserve allows for a variety of land uses while maintaining some of the agricultural character. And the tan area shows the intended traditional neighborhood designation with the subject property highlighted in that kind of blue aqua color.
Is that a creek that runs through there?
That is the designated parkland. I'm
Yeah,
not sure if it's floodplain, but it is green space. It's not
But
necessarily.
as somebody who drives by there every day, there definitely isn't a creek there.
Is or is
Is or
not?
is not?
Is not.
Is not. Okay.
Now you do just
It
like you
looks
said.
like it
that
would
looks
be.
like floodplain. That's floodplain because you'll see after torrential rains stuff over there. But yeah,
There's a creek, but only when there's a hurricane.
And in this image, you'll see that the highlighted area is pink, which is mixed use and which is in line with the proposed zoning. This is the area for higher intensity on a regional neighborhood scale. Yeah, and then this one is pretty explanatory. As we said, the parkland will remain open space. So staff recommends approval as these land uses are consistent with the comprehensive plan. Planning and zoning unanimously approved this item on June 2nd, 2025. And I am happy to answer any questions, and the applicant is here as well.
My main question, I imagine this will be, we've got connections for water and wastewater in this area, or who will serve water and wastewater?
Manville.
I don't believe we do have current connections, but that would have to go along with the development and the site development. This really, is at the outskirts. We're just bordering that Pflugerville ISD property and Meadowlark properties that are in the city, but the rest of it is
That's all
we're really on the
Manville right
edge.
there right now.
I guess when I see that, what looks like a floodplain running through the middle to me, there's no plan for an interceptor line running through that property.
We haven't gotten to that point yet in the process.
I would just
I'm
wonder
not sure if the
from our
applicant has
utility
anything that they would like to
perspective
add on
Let's
that.
ask the applicant.
Yeah.
I don't know, I might be asking Brandon more than anyone else. I'm just wondering if we've got that identified as a CIP project for an interceptor.
He's got to have a plan.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, so I'm Will Bazzelli. I'm the engineer on the project. So you're correct, that is floodplain. We're actually in the process of studying that right now. As far as wastewater goes, that is to the southeast. That larger tract down there on the southern portion of that, you can't really see it. There is a line that's going in there that we would plan on tying into and carrying up to our site.
Now,
There
you're
is
going to
no
be across
plan.
the street from Meadowlark. Meadowlark, I assume, has service from somewhere as well. The blue area on that map.
Correct, yes.
So are you tied into the same system with them, or are you pulling new lines?
I believe so. I'm trying to remember now exactly off the top of my head where it goes. That's a good question. Let me follow up with that. Yeah.
I can answer that, sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
And who are you? Please identify yourself.
My name is Julian Reynolds. I work for the applicant. And we're tying into the same lift station as Meadowlark is using. So we're not impacting, we're not joining the infrastructure at all. We're making our own routes to that lift station.
And that lift station's located south, correct?
It's located, if you see the Jesse Bowles extension, I don't know if you see it on that.
Yeah.
You want that one, or you want me to
Yeah,
go
the
to
Jesse
this
Bowles,
one?
that's, the actual Jesse Bowles extension, that's where it like pivots. It's, Jesse Bowles goes through Meadowlark, through the middle of Meadowlark, and then down, there's the church, along the church's property line, and then that's where we tie in. So it's off Meadowlark.
Okay. And you already have agreements in place for water and wastewater with your plants, correct?
Yeah, we made an application to Manville, which was successful. We're busy tweaking that application at the moment.
Right. And since this is a zoning case, obviously you don't have to have any plats filed yet, right? But I'm curious, do you expect to bifurcate the property to connect Jesse Bowles to Stager Lane?
Correct, yes. And
So you
that's
may
actually
straighten that out for us.
Yeah, that's actually in the master transportation plan as a minor collector, and that is going to
Okay,
be
so it'll
proposed in
be
our.
eligible for impact fee reimbursement.
I think so, yeah.
Cool. I'm excited to hear that.
And
I would love to see some missing middle home ownership opportunities like the townhomes and other things that were on that list.
they were on that list.
Mhm.
And do you have a product mix identified for the residential yet?
Yeah, so obviously, the 50 acres, which is single family, it's a mix of lot sizes from 50s. This is according to the zoning code, 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Okay, larger sizes. Okay.
And then the SFMU, the intention is for that to be townhomes, like affordable townhomes.
Are you so that'd be single family attached? Are you expecting
Or unattached.
owned or a condoed property?
No, so
or a rental?
We haven't yet figured that out yet, but we focused more on the single family residential for now, and we're going to move on to sort of the second phase, which is the.
So that's single family residential is phase 1.
Yeah, that's what we want to start with. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many acres is the SFMU again?
It's just over 50.
No, the SM.
No, that's probably.
Oh,
closer to
SFMU.
5.
Sorry. SFMU is
Looks like
9.27.
9.2.
Okay. What's the Dr. Turk? What's the density maximum on the SFMU units per acre?
I'm not sure what the specific density is, but it is supposed to be. It's supposed to be smaller houses, more density. I'm not sure what the exact density is. Maybe 6 to 10. Okay.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I think that would be a great opportunity for an owned condo, a townhome product. I'd love to see that. Just put that out into the universe.
Out in the universe.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
What are we going to do about the Cameron Road over there?
About that Cameron Road.
It's not on the agenda.
Oh, wait, he's got, okay. I want to hear
No
it.
answers yet, but we do have a TIA submitted to the city, so we are still working on that and getting answers for that. Nothing definite yet.
And again, potential impact fee reimbursement for improvements in the area.
Sure.
Because realistically speaking, as you know, with the number of folks who are going to be living over there,
Yeah.
you're going to hear a lot of concerns about it. So anything we can do to expand it, increase, and get that up to a city level, as opposed to the
just
interesting,
flatten it out.
interesting. Well, I mean, it's not necessarily that bad. It's just that the county does an interesting job of.
It's very
treating that road when there are potholes. I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you. It's a public hearing, right?
Yeah.
Anybody else wishing to make comments under public hearing?
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion, a second, to close the public hearing. Motion carried.
Motion for 6A is presented.
Second.
Motion and second to approve. Motion carried. Thank you.
Welcome to Pflugerville.
Ooh.
Somebody, yes, we'll
I
run
hit
that
it.
vote one more time.
We don't trust her to vote the correct way, so we just take her off.
Okay. 6B.
Oh, we had to revote.
Yeah,
Melody was missing.
I
We just
voted,
did.
but it didn't go through. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We'll just tap it again real quick.
What? You told me an electronic vote can be back.
Oh my goodness, good lord! Don't say
Okay,
that stuff
there we
in
go.
front of him.
I saw it green.
I did, yeah, I hit
Okay.
it and then it changed right away, so.
Okay.
I've been told that's impossible.
All right.
6B.
Conduct a public hearing and consider approving the first reading of an ordinance with the caption reading ordinance of the city of Pflugerville, Texas, amending ordinance number 1203-15-02-24 of the city of Pflugerville, Texas, as amended by approving a specific use permit for an office warehouse use on approximately 5.835 acres, zoned urban center corridor level 4, district located at 19241 Wilkie Lane, to be known as the Work Hub Pflugerville specific use permit, providing a cumulative and repealer clause, providing for non-severability clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, thank you. This is the specific use permit for the subject property at 19241 Weiss Lane. The applicant is requesting office warehouse use, which requires specific use permit in this location, which is currently vacant, a vacant lot.
Just one clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe the street is Wilkie, not Weiss.
Oh, yes, I think
Yeah.
we have Weiss on there, but you're correct. It is at, it is at Wilkie and.
I was like, Weiss changed.
Yeah.
Hightower Castle, is that what it's called?
Huntington Tower.
Huntington Tower
It may or may not be someone's neighborhood.
Castle. Yes.
I drive past there all the time.
Okay, and the current zoning is corridor level 4 as shown here. This is just the designation of office warehouse and what it includes, if we need to refer back to that. The applicant is proposing to construct 2 structures oriented towards each other with a drive aisle. The proposed development includes a 50-foot vegetative buffer to the south.
Are
This
they right
request-
next to the church?
Yes,
You
that is
said,
right, correct, directly adjacent to the
you
church.
said oriented towards each other.
So
Yes.
That looks like it's oriented away from each other with the parking.
This is, the applicant, I believe, has more, but part of our conditions that we required is that they will be oriented towards each other.
They are toward each other. Look at the back.
So that the roll-ups will be facing internally, they will not be external. That was, it's one of the conditions in our recommendation.
But the
at the end.
roll-ups are the front?
The roll-ups are facing each other, so if you see that
They're facing.
drive aisle
So
in the middle.
I agree with the roll-ups facing each other, but when
Yeah.
we say oriented towards each other, I would expect that to be front facing each other.
Yeah,
The way
that's
the
what-
parking lot's designed here, I would
Yeah.
expect the front to be on the outside and the roll-ups to be on the inside, unless this is a scenario I know we've got, like over here by the Sonic off of Pecan, where we've got the roll-ups in the front door, on the same face of the building.
The roll-ups will be towards the inside. I will let the applicant who is here give a presentation and speak to that, but I believe that the front doors will be facing externally, but the roll-ups will be facing internally.
Unless the parking's going to be redesigned, but okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Internally, yeah, will just be that drive aisle.
No, yeah. So when you say oriented towards each other,
Oriented with the openings of the buildings, I think it includes the roll-ups
Yeah, no,
as well as the entrances to the individuals.
I think you may have some renderings later on.
We do.
maybe that'll-
Okay.
Yes, we do.
yeah, because when you say that, I thought fronts are facing each other. So I just want to be clear for going
And
forward.
if the roll-up is the front, but then everyone's parking at the back.
And this is right next to the church. Okay, let's keep
This is directly adjacent to the church, yes. This request is in line with UDC section 3.8, which guides specific use permit applicability. And staff recommends approval with the height limitation of 30 feet, buildings oriented as provided in the concept design, requirement for multiple tenant spaces, prohibition of outside storage, and prohibition of 18-wheeler parking. This was approved by P&Z, by the Planning and Zoning Commission on June 2nd, 2025, with a vote of 4-1, and the applicant is here and has a presentation.
We're very sensitive about this area, so it's.
First of all, my name is Joel Desmond. I'm with Workup Developments. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Council. Good evening. I promise I'll be really precise. I'm not going to take much of your time. I'll just dive into what Workup is. So we at Workup, we are a commercial developer of office flex spaces, and we strive to build success from ground up. We just don't build 4 walls and a roof. We build an innovative space for businesses that is growing, and we give them the tools to grow. And how do we do that? We do that by having, first of all, we call them members, not tenants. And we help them grow by having monthly sessions with them, helping them on marketing basis, helping them find angel investors, bringing banks in so that our tenants can prosper, have cross-networking each other with the businesses in the existing business park, and have a better business.
What kind of businesses?
I'm sorry?
Could be any kind of business.
So our existing client base goes from someone who has a contract with NASA to someone who has a bookstore. So as said, office, warehouse / it could go to office / retail, office / sales. So the space is designed to have these emerging businesses. Like for instance, I could say somebody who's trying to move out of their garages, like an Amazon seller who has the sales happening and they're growing, and then they want to grow out of their garage and they don't want a 10,000 square foot space. They want a small space.
How often do you use Amazon as your example of one of the businesses you have?
It's happened. I mean, we have few members in our.
What's another
business
example
box.
of another business?
As I said, a company named Flexworks, who has contract with NASA, so they came to us for to build a space specifically for them. So they have the small office space for all the engineers and everyone, and a small warehouse kind of space where they can experiment the product that they're working on. So our member pool ranges from people who are innovators to people who are daily business people, like a bookstore that I just mentioned. So they just want the front retail space, but even without having to pay that extreme $40 to $50 per foot retail rent. They could be in our business space, and we help them grow as well.
So do you have an area, kind of a commons area, where it's like a reception, break room area type format?
So in this particular layout that you're seeing, one thing is slightly different is initially we had the plan of having this 49 core warehousing spaces. That means having a common break room and everything, and then having the small suites of 200 to 300 square foot spaces. But what we have right now is 36 units, which is ranging at 1,989 square foot. So each space will have their reception office area along with the bathroom, and then they have this space in the back. And answer to your question, Councilman, so the roll-up doors will not be in the front, will be in the back. That's why it was mentioned that the roll-up doors will be facing each other. So the things that you see on the back of the building is the actual roll-up door where you see that blue car. That's where the roll-up door is going to be. On the other end, it'll be office/retail, or however we want to classify it, a frontage where people can walk into the business.
So if I'm doing the math right, each of these structures is 36,000 square feet, or excuse me, 72,000 square feet.
The whole business park is 70.
The whole park is
yes,
72,000.
So it is 2
36
buildings.
Each.
Yes.
And did I see we had a 30-foot clear height
Yes.
restriction?
Mhm. Yes, that is correct.
All right, so these are going to be reasonably tall.
It doesn't exceed 30. I don't have the correct answer to you or the correct height limit that we'll have on it, but it does not exceed 30.
Well, I mean, 30 is a pretty common clear height requirement for some businesses. So I wasn't sure if you were trying to tailor the space to allow for a 30-foot clear height, or if that happens to be, as tall as you want to be able to go.
Yeah, that just happens to be a number that we want to be as tall as.
And that was a requirement
from the
planning
city as
in
well.
order
Right.
to make it appropriate to be near
That
that
keeps
neighborhood.
it short enough to be to fit in with all the properties around it.
Yes.
And also one thing I want to mention is we are working with the HOA. We have had a meeting with them before, and we are also working with the church that is next door to provide them parking spaces.
Have you talked to her?
Yes.
Okay.
So we are working with the church on parking spaces as well, because the city now has required the church to have a certain amount of parking to give them the certificate of occupancy to start with their school and everything that they're going on. So we will be offering parking for them. They have asked us for 157 parking spots on Sundays and any other days that they have a church function going on.
Quite neighborly of you.
Yes. So we want to create a space that, we want to be good neighbors. We don't want to start off with a hassle with any of the
Where are people coming in? Are they coming in from the access road? How are they entering?
The access road. It'll be the access road. And also, one thing that you see is onto the left side of the screen, where you see a truck. There's an ingress, egress, easement access from the church. The church already has an existing access there, so we'll be using that one as well. And that's why you see 2 entrances here, so that the church can also use those parking spaces. And we are proposing 1 more entrance from the access. Again, that is something we'll have to take with the text dot.
I'm not seeing a large turning radius for a semi. So is this only box trucks, or are semis somehow working their way through this property?
It is not designed for semi trucks. It is designed for box trucks to come in, and that's why, when they initially told us, one condition is that no 18-wheeler parking. That was not a problem for us, because we're not intending to have semi trucks to go in and out of there. but given a situation that if somebody, one of the business owners have a big consignment that comes there that needs to fit in, we will, that's just for that one-time purpose that a semi might have to enter, but, we don't intend to have semis parked there or entering and leaving the space.
The dock is.
It's floor level. The garage doors, I can call it garage doors as well. It's on the back on the floor level, so we don't have docks, loading
dock
docks or
height.
anything. No.
Okay. And then the ingress egress over there off of Huntington Tower Castle Drive for.
It's not from Huntington. What we have is from the access road. The ingress egress.
No, but
is
the
from,
one on the right side of the page, you do have some sort of driveway
Yeah.
access to the side street there.
that is what we propose. We are trying to take it to the text dot. Once this goes through the approval from the city council, we would like to take the next stages to ask TxDOT on giving us access on these two, the access from the access road and also from an exit in the Huntington Boulevard.
Huntington Boulevard requires text offer?
I wouldn't.
To get access.
To get access.
Okay.
Hunting Tower.
Huntington Tower, I believe.
Hunting Tower.
Hunting Tower.
Hunting Tower. Yeah, there you go.
I always say Huntington Tower.
I know everyone says it.
Huntington.
Are there any, do you have any profile or examples of what what building would look like? There. Okay.
So this is one of our business park in Denver, Colorado. A rendering from there.
Where is that?
Where in Denver?
To be precise, I don't have the exact address on the top of my head. This was a project that way before I joined the company. So
If you've seen our history, we get a little.
Well, and
We-
here you're showing
yeah.
what looks like the fronts facing each other, and I believe that's the opposite of what our intention is.
that is correct. Yes, this is just a rendering of one of our business parks. So we also use, we try to keep it green as possible. So you can see on the top there that maximum amount of sunlight can get into the space, so that it saves the tenants energy bills as well.
Now, is one of the types of business here car repair, mechanic repair of cars? Does that sound like something that would go? I don't perceive that happening in this, but
That wouldn't be allowed in the zoning.
yeah, okay.
But that gets kind of complicated with the garage door concept. I know
Yeah.
over here off of Pecan by the Sonic, we've got the little facility, we've got the tattoo shop, but I know there are some car detailing shops. There's a car detailing shop back in there. Would that be a use that is allowed here?
We have inquiries on that, and
She's
again,
shaking
we
her
would.
head. What are you saying?
I'm sorry.
She's shaking her head. What are you
If we
saying?
go back to the we can go back to the warehouse what it includes, and it does not include.
Oh, this is my presentation.
Oh,
It was in
great.
yours.
Oh,
The
sorry.
definition is in yours.
Okay, I will read the definition. A building or portion of a building which is structurally separate and functionally distinct unit, primarily devoted to storage, warehousing, and distribution of goods, merchandise, supplies, and equipment. Accessory uses may include retail and wholesale areas, sales offices, and display areas for products sold and distributed from storage and warehousing areas. So that is what's included in this, in office warehouse.
So you said that this is an example of your existing Denver, which is actually located in Centennial, Colorado.
Yes.
You
Location.
found it? I can
Yeah.
find it on the website.
What do you propose it'll look like here in Pflugerville?
So the look and feel. Oh, if I may go back to.
It's Trista. Can you change presentations again? Sorry.
So the look and feel we are going for is it's going to be specifically unique for this the city of Pflugerville. So we don't have a final rendering of it, but the rendering that I showed you is just an example of it. So for instance, you can see the city of Pflugerville, actually the building code requires us to have this it's not straight like how you see in this.
You do realize we changed a whole zoning code on that road specifically because of something that went out there that we did not like. What came out
Yes.
there, right?
I understand.
So you did your history and your research. Why don't you have something to show to us for that?
So again, on this one, to have the renderings, we went with, when we initially submitted the application, we wanted to have a rendering that of an existing business park we had. So we went with that. But as we worked with our architect to go on to read the code and make sure we are presenting the actual one, then they came up with so for instance, if I go back into this, you can see it is not as plain as that you see a building that you see on the rendering. The rendering one, it is one straight line of building, and then you have doors on the front. But this one, you can see it's a unique design. So unfortunately, at this point, I don't have a rendering specific for this, but I can provide it when I come back on the second city council.
All right. Any other questions? Anybody from the public wishing to make comment? Anybody from the church? Or no? Go ahead.
Come on.
Should I go over there?
Yeah.
We wish we can sit in the crowd too.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Gonzalez. Good evening, council and people in the audience. I'm Jaime Gonzalez. I live in the community adjacent to this property, and I have a couple concerns about this development. And actually, pretty much are the same concerns as the council mentioned. I think we are lacking some detail on what's being developed here, and also the kind of business they're going to be there. I have the same concerns about having a mechanic shop there. You know, I don't know if there's any restrictions of hours of operation. Type of businesses, it's hard to come up with questions without knowing who's going to be occupying this units. Also consider that we have 36 units, so it's going to be potentially 36 different businesses. And I would like to see if we can get clarification some things there. So when it comes to noises, I would like to see if there's any regulation or something to prevent loud noises during the weekend, also late in the evenings, right, or early in the mornings. It just will depend on the kind of business that are gonna occupy this units. Also, another concern it will be the lighting. I don't know if without having a rendering, it's hard to see if the lighting at night is gonna be too bright for the houses next to this property. So that's another concern there. Also, seems like there's a green buffer between this property and the houses in that subdivision. But it's not, I think we're gonna lose some privacy now that this is gonna be developed. I mean, it's gonna be open to the public. So is there gonna be any intentions about building a fence, on the back, on the south side of this property? And, see if there's any impact with that. Also, without having the rendering, it's hard to tell where the trash cans or trash dumpsters are gonna be. If there's gonna be any, if that's gonna cause any disruptions. And I guess that's pretty much it. Just without knowing these details, it's hard to even come up with questions or evaluate this project. I don't know if there's gonna be any criteria or any rubric on how the tenants will be chosen. I know it sounds everything sounds really good, Amazon businesses and all that, but it's hard to who is going to enforce that. So those are my concerns living next to this property.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Turk, could you address shielding requirements between the property and the neighborhood?
Yes, there is the 30-foot buffer yard that will hopefully give that transition between the businesses and the residential areas. So that's put in place to hopefully mitigate the concerns that you mentioned about the noise. Also, as far as the access road, my understanding is that the applicant intends the frontage road to be the primary entry and exit point. So it wouldn't increase that through the neighborhood or cause that disruption in the neighborhood. Were there any other mitigations?
Could you tell me more about, you say a 30-foot buffer yard. Is
Yes.
there a certain vegetative requirement, so there's no wall requirement?
There's not a wall requirement. No, there are requirements, vegetation, impervious cover requirements, but not
Are we talking
specific.
full shrubs, 8 foot tall? They're not going to be able to see through the neighborhood? Or are we talking scattered shrubs?
No, yeah, it doesn't have to be. I don't know the requirement as far as what types of trees. I'm not sure that we've put anything in there that that does. Let me see.
I mean, this rendering doesn't have near
Yeah.
enough trees.
No,
along
so
there, but-
just as an FYI, the neighborhood fences are 8 feet tall on the perimeter around the entire neighborhood. The same questions that you posed were asked at HOA board meeting that was open to all of the homeowners, and people were invited to come and ask their questions. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that you had mentioned that you would consider adding more trees so there at least was one tree per lot, so that would provide that cover and privacy.
Yes, that's correct. We are ready to work with the HOA and we're ready to work with the neighbors in creating the privacy they want there to increase the vegetation if need be. But just keep in mind, this is just a conceptual plan that our architect drew up and they put trees there. But we are ready to make sure that our neighbors feel safe and they don't feel like their privacy has been
Thank you, and I believe the questions were asked about lighting as well.
Yes.
Could you address those?
Yeah, so for the lighting, we use power saving efficient lighting, and we will be directing it directly to the areas that needs to be lit. We don't have lighting towers that is 30 foot tall that is lighting up the whole the whole place at once. So we have specific lighting that keeps with the efficiency basis, so that it'll be LED lighting that specifically addresses one portion that we want it to allot to, but not tower lighting that lights up the whole neighborhood. And we want to be energy efficient as well, and make sure that everybody involved feels safe there.
My only apprehension is that again, this is an SUP, and I guess I should also be transparent. I lived in that neighborhood for a long period of time. That neighborhood means a lot to me. Seen it grow to where it says right there as aspect. What's one of the most unique things about Highland Park is that you have all that commercial around it, but once you get in a neighborhood, you can't even notice it. You don't notice it whatsoever with that. I have, I'll just speak for myself that, some of the things that have been built along 45, I have not agreed with at all. Like I said, we literally changed our zoning to address some of those things with that. And if you're asking for an SUP, I just like more information on that to actually what the final product looks like. Because my concern is that you say something to us, it's a bait and switch, and we end up looking at something that's ridiculous. I remember years ago we had somebody come in here, and the reason why I asked about your other project was that somebody was going to present something to us in Pflugerville, which was going to be much worse of a product, than they had in another place. And so, I appreciate you saying, hey, this is what we built, this is what we have, but without those renderings, I have concerns about what's this going to look like, because what's going to be on one of our major corridors, and then also how it affects the neighborhood.
You don't have a project in Texas like this, do you?
We do. We are primarily based in Houston, so all of our business parks right now is based in Houston.
Okay.
Conroe, Wimberley,
Conroe, Spring, yes, and Cypress.
Okay.
So we recently acquired a private equity investor in us called Davidson Kempner from New York. So they're the ones who is telling us, okay, we need this business to grow out of Houston, so we have a state-of-the-art proprietary software with access with them, and we heavily rely on data to make our decisions. And that's one of the reasons why we are in Pflugerville. To give you an example, that one of the most patents filed in the whole of the country is from the city of Pflugerville.
Oh, we know.
Yeah. So, so that tells us that's the space.
Per cap, yeah.
So that's the type of people you're looking for.
Yeah, the innovators that we're looking for to help them be the next Apple, be the next Google, because they all want that space to grow out of their garages or their kitchens, kitchen tables that they initially started, and they don't need 10,000 to 50,000 square foot spaces. They need the small incubator spaces that can help them grow and be at the better business.
And where do we hear that from? We heard that from our Economic Development Corporation.
I think there was also some mention in the strategic plan about supporting small businesses and innovators.
No, absolutely. I love the concept. I like the process that you go through to incubate these businesses. Just as an SUP, I do expect some renderings and some commitments to facades and materials and landscaping. So Yeah,
That's
I
my
want to
concern.
see more. I mean, there will be a second reading at least.
Or
Go
we
ahead.
we could also postpone the public hearing and offer a chance for the applicant to provide some renderings that
make me
that
feel
we
more
shared
comfortable.
before.
Could we also see some of your, the photos of it already established?
Business parks?
Yes?
Yes, so what I can do is on the second reading, I can have come with a presentation that addresses all of the questions that has been asked today.
Thank you.
So, which is scheduled right now at 7/8, so I will have all of that ready for the 7/8. A rendering which would show precisely according to the plan that we see here, and also like the vegetative front and everything. We can increase the cover, we can address our neighbors' concerns, and everything.
Do you already own the property?
No, we don't. So that is part of a due diligence. So what we did was like instead of buying a property and then going to see whether or not we could be able to build there, we are in contract right now, and the property owner is also here.
So your purchase is contingent on
On us
approval of
approving
final-
this.
Yes, exactly. So
what's your
It's a timeline.
So-
when does your contract expire?
July 28 is the expiry of the due diligence, and then we have 30 days to close. But we intend to close before that because we initially our initial due diligence was for 90 days. But when we came up with the requirement for an SUP, because we started a due diligence process by reaching out to the city of Pflugerville, asking for a pre-development meeting. And in the pre-development meeting, they told us, look, guys, you need an SUP to move forward. So at that point, we got in touch with the seller and told him the current due diligence is not going to work for us because without having a concrete say from the city whether or not we can develop there, we won't be able to buy it. So we extended the due diligence period to include the SUP process in it.
Is there anyone?
I'm inclined to move forward with our first reading. If we postpone, since we've canceled our second meeting in July, we wouldn't meet their time frame. We could still deny on a second reading, but I'm inclined to move forward.
That's the only. That's.
But
I hate to say it
we
to
want
you.
to see this on the regular
Yeah.
agenda.
And that saved you because I would have asked for this to be moved if we didn't have
If we-
second in
Since
July.
we only have one meeting in July.
I do appreciate that they came forward and are working with all of the neighbors, working with the church. They came to the neighborhood, and so, which is not what other developments around the neighborhood have done.
Wait.
On the front end, on other, yes, on the back end
Yes.
of Highland Park, but
Okay.
all along the frontage road
Okay,
on both
that's
sides,
fair.
Heather Wild and SH 45, including the church or the storage, they have not done that, and so they addressed all of our concerns and that other neighbors had at the meeting. So, I'm excited about this.
Well, y'all obviously hoodwinked her, which is a big deal. So okay.
Hoodwinks. They address all the concerns. We are in support. I'm in support of small businesses and doing things to help them. And I would love to see the renderings as well to make sure that it's aesthetically pleasing. And they addressed, obviously the concerns about coming in and out of the neighborhood. And they're going to take over that landscaping.
Yes.
And make it look
That's one more thing. We are excited to have, we expect more of our, members to be from the neighborhood behind us. So it makes it really easy for them. We are sure that there are so many business owners within that neighborhood who now has a drive of at least 10 minutes or more, which this would cut short their time and would increase their productivity.
And Mr. Jones, if your innovation and entrepreneur manager is on board, might be an opportunity for them to check this out.
Absolutely.
Did you make a motion?
It's a public hearing, right?
Oh, yeah.
Anybody
Do we
else?
have anyone else?
Anybody else? Okay, wait a
Thank you
minute.
for
Anybody else wishing to make public comment? Okay, thank you.
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion and second. Motion carried.
I'll move approval with the staff recommended conditions.
Second. We look forward to the 8th.
Somebody's missing.
Yeah.
Who's missing?
Somebody didn't vote.
Run that.
That's you.
2, 4.
Okay, I'm tired of these Dominion voting machines.
Okay.
Is it, well, never mind, we won't get into that.
Yeah, just it's better to just smile and nod.
Let's just call the vote, voice vote, just old school.
There we go.
There we go.
All right, thank you. Motion carried.
Can't exclude them again.
All right, our next item is 7A, discuss and consider action to approve a resolution adopting the Strategic Action Plan 2026 through 2030.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we're pleased to present to you the strategic plan for 2026 to 2030. As you're aware, we've been working on this since your retreat in January and have had some great public meetings and input on that. And David Beerle with Future IQs, our consultant on this project, has been working with us and will walk you through kind of where we've been, highlights of the work session last time, and then at the end we'll ask for your action adopting the strategic plan.
Okay. Thank you, Emily. Mayor, Council, good to be back with you. Obviously, this is getting very close to the end of the strategic planning process, so I wanted to just kind of walk through a little of the process and talk about the sort of thread lines that have come through it. And I've got to say, it's been fascinating to sit and listen to your discussion tonight, because I think a lot of what we've been hearing from the community was really reflected in some of your discussions. So, and I want to, with your permission, I'd like to kind of call that out a bit for people who are watching. So in terms of, what do I point this at? Okay. So in terms of the process, as you know, we had a big focus on stakeholder engagement. So we had these big building blocks. So we had a big phase of stakeholder engagement, then we had a big phase of plan development. Along the bottom there, what I really want to point to is the key points of the in-person engagement we had with the community. I think that's a piece of this project that broke new ground in this community in terms of the size of the engagement. Then, of course, there's the data points where we touch base with yourself. Just as a little overview on the approach, right? And I think this is important to sort of set the expectations of what the plan delivers. This is very much was about a future vision. So I heard you talking about vision tonight. So that was something that we really sort of probed with the community, that notion of direction, the trajectory, and building out a high-level roadmap. This is very much a bottom-up approach, right? So we started off with as much community engagement as we could get. We have over 700 what I would call high-quality data points. In fact, we have about 700 people who participated. Some people participated multiple times, right? So that gives us a lot more than 700 data points. What I mean by high quality is they were conversations where people had a lot of context. It was either workshops and presentations, thoughtful discussions, or in-depth surveys where we know who those people are, where they live, and so on. And so we really pushed on that to try and get that sort of engagement as strong as we could. Just some of the metrics, and this is in the report, just a sort of, I think what I enjoyed about this was the sort of the span of engagement, everything from the youth council to the elementary school through to people who are, boards and commissions, councillors yourself, obviously, but then obviously large chunks of the community. I think that gives us a lot of confidence because the thread lines through this are so strong and so repeated. I think it gives us a lot of confidence that we really picked up the sort of tenor and the themes that are important to the community. A lot of the activities were, as I said, were in person, but they were sort of also interactive, everything from drawing pictures with the kids, right, to sort of workshop sessions and sort of collating a lot of information. I think I've shown you this chart a few times, right, just to could I hit on this because I think this is really important, right? When we ask people about their preferred future, you can see that concentration of responses in that upper right. And that's this coupling together of people wanting the city to really leverage the opportunities and be much more intentional in guiding development. And they want to see that coming from the city staff and the council. And of course, people are wanting to see a connected community where there is this ongoing development of the community fabric here. And of course, your discussion tonight, I was really intrigued by the degree you were pushing on really thinking about how do you get the most out of, for example, the Greenfield project. How do you elevate that to be the best possible outcome for the community, not just market forces? And on that vertical axis, market forces at the bottom, leveraging the opportunities to the maximums at the top. And I think your discussion are really pushing on that reflects what the community is looking to see. And I've also shared this with you. This is the strategic pillar framework. This is the sort of organising framework for the ideas that came out of the planning process. Really, the community had most of the input up until this point, right? So from this point on, as we went into focus groups, that tended to be more the staff getting involved, because obviously they're going to have to be the ones to implement. So the actions that we talk about, that you will see in the report, were developed through that sort of engagement with the community, but also staff. A few high-level themes that I just want to hit on, right? These are sort of my observations of the things that struck me through the course of the process. People in this community are very excited about the potential of Pflugerville as a community. There's this real appetite to continue that shift from being, what may have been a bedroom community, but really building a true community with all that connectivity and that really sort of strong sense of belonging. The mobility and infrastructure, obviously you've claimed the trails capital of Texas. People love that. There's a really high resonance of that with people. You'll see that in the prioritisation of actions. Community amenities and events, people see a big potential in that whole kind of sort of economic development and attraction around culture, music, food events and so on. People see that building vibrancy in the community as well as being as part of your sort of driver for the community. Some other key themes, the residential node development. There is concern about the pace of development, right? And there's a real recognition from the community that you get one shot at a lot of this and they want to get it right. So there's sort of this, I guess, excitement about development, but a concern about what if it doesn't go the way people really want. The economic and business development, I think people started to really sort of push on this notion of thinking about where you sit relative to some big technology clusters to your north and south. That came out really strongly. I think people started to really latch on to economic development. I'll show you the pillar prioritisation. This pillar actually was the highest rated pillar. So people are really conscious of the importance of that economic development to drive revenue into the city, but also create the jobs and keep that sort of economic vitality. And then there was a lot of discussion about brand and reputation, and people feel that there's sort of a reinvention of the community going on, which I'll talk a bit more about in the actions. We asked people, and the prioritisation survey was offered to you as council, so a number of you took that survey. We also offered it to sort of department heads and senior leadership at the city. This is the way the data fell out on this. It's not a huge, I think we offered the survey to 32 people and 22 people took it. Not a massive data set, but it's people who really have their finger on the pulse, right? So definitely data worth looking at. Based on potential positive future impact, economic and business development is the one that you see really jumping out there. And then that sort of follows by the mobility, infrastructure, connectivity, and then the community events and so on. I was a bit surprised when I saw that Pillar 5 jump out so high, but I think that's the strategic understanding that people like yourselves have, right? And then the community residents are often more interested in their own neighbourhood and their own community, but I think the strategic perspective really recognises that business and economic development has been really critical. And I want to just pull out, there's 4 sort of groups of priority actions here that I just want to highlight. And there was 2 actions here that touched on downtown in different ways. So one was about activating it as a unique destination under the community amenities and events pillar, and one was about brand and reputation. The boxes on the right are importance, urgency, and boldness. So we asked people to score those actions in terms of their future impact on those against those different dimensions. You can see these ones here, and the boldest one is really interesting. Actually, most of the actions that surface to the top, people scored as we want to be really bold and innovative on those, right? So these 2 here really coupled together with a lot of narrative that occurred in the focus groups that people are really excited about the whole revitalisation that's occurring from your new city hall all the way through to your main street. I just heard people getting increasingly excited about the potential of that as a game changer for the community, both at the level of as a destination, but also your brand. This sense of that this is going to change the narrative about your community in a really powerful way. You only have to look at the renderings and start to see the construction, and it's going to change the story about this community. So I think that was a really strong theme that came out in the prioritization.
There's nothing like it anywhere else in the city until it's. There's nothing like it anywhere in the city until it's being built.
And I've said this, I think, on a couple of occasions. I mean, I work in a lot of different places. I have not seen a gap between what you've got and what you're going to have as big anywhere, right? I mean, mostly cities kind of do some sort of incremental, but you guys are going from, probably antiquated facilities to now something that's really incredible, right? And I think that's going to surprise a lot of people, right?
I mean, they're in a courtroom right now.
Yeah, that's right, right? There we are, right?
Yeah.
So I think this is really exciting, and I think the danger is underestimating the potential impact of that, but there's a lot of interest in how to activate that whole and really bring that to its full potential. The trails and mobility plans, again, they scored really high. People want to see a lot of boldness in that mobility master plan. People, I think, are seeing that kind of pinch point of congestion and the sort of disruption of quality of life that comes with that. But again, the trails network, I think you could just keep building trails for years to come and people will still be saying they want more, right? I mean, that whole notion of being able to connect the community and tie that into your downtown revitalisation through your trail network, people are really excited about that. This one here, the node and residential development, this was the sort of a upper but mid sort of grouping of actions. Interestingly, the annexation strategy for the land on the east side, people wanted to see boldness in that, or maybe you need to be bold to tackle that. And I know we've talked about that, but also some of these sort of housing strategies, which we've also touched on tonight.
That's interesting because I always wonder how many people, like my own parents, they live in Windermere, they lived there for 35 years. How often outside of them coming to our house do they even go? And yeah, I mean, I don't think they even know where it is.
Well, that's the limited response, right?
Yeah.
We're talking here. I remember it was a very arduous process trying to specifically figure out what each meant and how to rank all of this. But no, you're absolutely right. The people who live here, they aren't interested in growing to the east. Yeah. What's that mean to someone who's already here?
Yeah.
But it's the future vision. That's the decisions we have to make.
Well, and that ties right to this, right? So the economic development component, high scored pillar, two actions here that jumped up, really high level of on the boldness, which is the one on the right there. That whole, I think the idea is this east side is the big potential. There's a lot of future opportunity there. What do we do with that, right? So I think where people were getting to is really saying, okay, let's think very strategically about that and position ourselves with what's going on to the north and south. There may be other economic development aspects there, but that's where we got to in terms of the engagement in this process.
These aren't really hopping out on urgency, though.
No, in fact, the urgency ones were generally a little lower than the others. So I think there's a sort of I think people want to be bold, but they want to be thoughtful as well, right? So whether people were sort of also thinking urgencies like we've got to rush.
They're like we need to just go get that done and be done with it and move on. But these are the ones we need to think about and make dedicated investment.
I think so. And then the other one that jumped up there was this regional convention and events centre that supports major events. So that's part of what people see as economic development here. And I know you talked about the Greenfield site in terms of as an event space for school, all sorts of things, right? But people got pretty excited about the potential to have, that this be a destination where people are coming to enjoy experiences here and contributing to the community. So that's where we ended up. I mean, there's more detail obviously in the report which you've got. Obviously, in terms of how to use this, I think through the course of this process, we've framed this is like a 10-year vision. We're looking at 10 years about where do we want to go. It's a 5-year strategic plan, so there's room here to implement, right? I don't think anybody's expecting like the ship to turn overnight, right? Because I think this input from the community and stakeholders is, I think, very strong, right? And over time, you can use that to cascade down into your sort of budgets and your departmental plans and so on. And that's why we talk about it being a higher level roadmap. So I wanted to just give you that kind of overview, just as I know you're sort of considering that plan. A couple of things I thought that really struck me in this is that I was really impressed by the way people in the community dived into this. We work pretty hard to get in-person engagement. That's hard in a community like this. But the people who did come really rolled up their sleeves and thought very strategically and deeply. The survey did pick up a whole range of other people, school-age families particularly, right, that obviously are not as likely to turn up to sort of planning events. So I think we got a really good cross-section, and I think we accomplished wide and deep thinking. And that I always look for that, to know that we've got a strategic plan that's rooted in what people really want, but we've also done the work to think through the deeper ideas and the strategy. Obviously, it's higher level than what a lot of you deal with in terms of issues on the table. But even tonight, I could hear the kind of the ping points of all the issues that people have been talking about being expressed in a lot of your discussions at the table. I do want to last call out. I want to just thank Emily and Brianna. She's here. She's not here. So they did a great job from the staff side in terms of encouraging this process and supporting it. And I personally found it just really fascinating and exciting. So thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so that concludes our effort in establishing the 2026 to 2030 strategic plan. And we're happy to take any questions or comments that you might have on it. I do want to point out, staff is recommending approval of the strategic plan with one edit that we found today. Thank you to Councilmember Ryan for helping us with that. There's a reference to a falling population when it should have referred to a growing population. And so we would recommend approval of the strategic plan.
That's the little thing.
With that edit, despite the many hours spent looking at all those words.
Come on, yeah. No.
I read all the pages.
Y'all are fun.
Yeah, we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I just had a couple of items that I saw that were interesting. When, it was talking about there's a declining population of kids. And they also talked about declining population of the group of 2024 and 22-24. Our strategy about attainable housing, so I thought that was interesting. The other thing that I noted was there was a stated desire to move away from being a bedroom community, even though 93% of people commute out. So I just was wondering how exactly, when most people are coming here, maybe came here because it's a bedroom community or because it was near their work hub, somewhere near. What would a transition from a bedroom community look like when most people use it as a bedroom community?
Do you want me to?
I don't know. That was just some thoughts. But I was just like, how exactly would that be accomplished? And the other things were like, we need, need to do this, or we need to encourage this or leverage that. And I was just wondering, because I see a lot of things of those tools of encouraging things that we're already doing. So I was just wondering, what were the action items? Or should we be doing something different? Or is it a matter of confirming what we're already doing with zoning or incentives or applications for special use permits that we're already trying to drive the development in the way we want to see, or the TERS or those other things? What else should we be doing?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think the subtext to that is that your community's evolving, and that whole axis is around community evolution. And people, a lot of people have arrived here as a bedroom location and working elsewhere, and you're right, the commute patterns are still very strong. I think what people were looking at is, where do they want to be in 10 years? And I think the sense was, I got over and over, is that people think you're now large enough, established enough, that you can build more of that complete community, connected community here. And I think the strategies are what you talked about, and what you've been talking about in terms of economic development, entrepreneurship development, the types of businesses, and the destination components. They're all the right strategies to help evolve that community to be that sort of more connected, livable, where more people may live and work here, but the reality is that's going to take time for that needle to move, right? I don't think anybody's expecting that tap gets shut off tomorrow, right? But it's a community evolution, and it might be where you end up in 10 years or 15 years. That's the sort of perspective that people were taking.
I remember years ago going to a Georgetown Chamber of Commerce meeting and finding out that 89% of their citizens work outside the city. And then we have an influx of about, I think it's like 92 actually come in and come work for the city. The people who work in the city are from outside. Then I asked Round Rock, my friends in Round Rock City Council, it's like 88%. You start to see in these areas that we're growing, but until we start having job nodes that are outside the central corridor, that's not going to change. And that has to go with transit as well as economic development. One of the things I always tell people drives me crazy when we act like we're such a unicorn or MSA. When we moved down to Texas, the reason why we lived in Trophy Club is because my dad got a job in Keller, Texas in 1986. Not Dallas, not Fort Worth, Keller, Texas, off 377 by the Podak as all get out, as an engineer out there. But they had the company out there for that. So that's why like companies like Rosidian that we have here, that's a big deal. Because you can go work at a Rosidian and you're making six figures and you're doing well and be able to take care of family and you drive a couple minutes to go back home. And it's one of the reasons why, we have our economic development director over here with that we need to transition to try to grab more of those jobs to bring them down over here, get off the central corridor. And I think it would actually lead to a whole different conversation about our transit plan too, as well, regarding what that goes from that. But it's gonna take time to move these things forward. But I think that this is one of the most comprehensive strategic plans that we've had, and I've been very, very impressed with how detailed and how focused and how much input you've gotten from the onset from that. So that's testament to yourself, it's testament to staff, to you, Serena, leadership and getting this organized, because this is something that I think really reflects the community and where it wants to go. The question is, based on our budget and other things that we have right now, how do we make that a reality?
Time.
Yeah, you slowly work towards that goal. It was interesting to see that there was 21,000 or so jobs here, and 88% were from people out of so where
It always happens.
So there are a lot of jobs here. It's just Anyway, thank you.
All right, council.
Motion to approve
7A.
Is that 7A as presented?
Yep.
Second.
Great work.
Okay, who didn't vote?
Nope, that's all of us.
Okay.
No, there's 6.
Yeah, Caesar, you need me to vote for
6.
Caesar over here?
Vote for Caesar. Somebody vote for Caesar real quick.
All right. That concludes things that are on the regular agenda.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Y'all did.
Yeah.
I'll be quick with mine. Yeah.
All right, moving to items pulled, Tristan.
Yes, sir. Starting with 5B, approving an ordinance on third reading with the caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, amending ordinance number 1203-15-02-24 of the City of Pflugerville, Texas as amended by rezoning an approximate 5.927 acre tract situated in the William Caldwell Survey number 66, abstract number 162, Travis County, Texas, generally located at 3315 East Pecan Street from Urban Center Level 5 to Campus Industrial District to be known as the 3315 East Pecan Street rezoning, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Trista. I pulled this item just because, this was being a third reading and it's been a bit contentious. I just need to reiterate my opposition to downgrading the zoning in this area along one of our major corridors. So that's the only reason I needed to pull it.
Okay. Any other comment, discussion?
Mm-hmm.
I think we need to wait for Mr. Mateer. We may have an issue here.
I think we can, at your discretion, Mayor.
the government, but we talked about this at length
We did.
before, but I forget exactly what your objection was to this one.
It's CL5. It's being rezoned to campus industrial. I think normally that use in a CL5 would require a specific use permit, where we would have much more purview over the architectural requirements of the
That this is that
product.
This is a tiny little piece that's attached to the bigger.
I mean, we can call it a remnant, but do we have the? It's a 6-acre parcel.
Yeah,
it's behind the Encore bird's nest. Yeah.
Right.
So it's not much, but I think it's important that we retain our control and our authority over parcels like this to state our intended position on the quality of development.
All right, well, let's move ahead.
Well,
go ahead.
I'll move approval of 5B.
Second.
Okay, motion carried. All right.
Next item is 5D, approving a conditional purchase agreement and associated conveyance documents between Robin Weiss Falk Trust, Parcel 4A, and the City of Pflugerville as necessary to acquire real property interest for the Weiss Lane and Pecan Street Waterline project, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
So my concern with both 5D and 5E was just about the reason that it's coming forward where we're having to pay twice for, extension of time due to delay in construction. And I just wanted to address how we can possibly avoid this in the future and get more information on it.
Oh, sure, Abby.
Hi, good evening. So this project, the Weiss Pecan Waterline project, we were working with the Lakeside North Point development through this. Originally, it was decided early on in the project that we would work with the developer in turn that they would give us the easements that we needed, the permanent and temporary construction easements. It took longer than we anticipated and really worked in good faith efforts to try and secure that easement. However, time has gone by. All of the other easements we have secured through our normal easement process, acquisition process, have now expired in June 2024. And so now we have secured the easements with the developers. We have all of the permanent easements for the project. We just need that temporary construction easement to allow that infrastructure to go into the ground. The contractor can go out there. And so in the future, to avoid things like that, we are going to work with the development and make sure that we have some type of other instrument to make sure that their schedule aligns with our project schedule and it gets done in a timely manner.
So if I heard correctly, it was the Lakeside Meadows that caused the delay that's causing us to incur this additional cost?
Lakeside Meadows, North Point. That's who we've been coordinating with.
Okay, and when do we expect to I'm going to say take possession? When do we put trucks and materials on this property?
Well, we're bidding the project in early July, and so we're hoping within the
So
next
we'll
few
award
months.
the project in August, probably late August.
September.
I guess if we're not going to bid the project, we're not going to actually need this until September. Do we need to be paying for it now, or do we need to hold off?
Yes, we want to secure that easement to be able to move forward with construction. We will have to probably put something in our bid with a demob clause, and in the event we're not able to secure any easement, we always want to have that before we go to construction, but we're working through that right now.
Absolutely. This is good foresight given the shenanigans that have occurred from there. I'll leave it at that.
How much is this costing us, 5D and 5E?
So 5D is 142,000, 5E is 70,000. And that is $2.40 a square foot for both.
Just a liar.
Yeah, obviously, it's just unfortunate that the taxpayers have to incur the cost.
All right, well, the change in planning in the future should prevent this from reoccurring, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And who,
Move to approve 5D.
and who we do business with. Second. Yeah, I'm getting my shots in, Serena. I'm still upset with it. It's ridiculous. Terrible. Terrible.
Okay, motion carried.
Move to approve 5E.
I will open 5E and I'll take your motion. 5E is approving a conditional purchase agreement and associated conveyance documents between BHA Pflugerville LLC, Parcel 4B, and the City of Pflugerville as necessary to acquire real property interest for the Weiss Lane and Pecan Street water line project and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
Move to approve 5E.
Second.
Okay, motion carried.
Next is item 5H, approving the master plan for Old Town Park located at 200 West Hoops Avenue.
I was curious who pulled it, and are there questions we can answer? Or?
I just, it was really impressive, the plan for it all. It just seems too big, too expensive, and too little parking for that area. So I just want to have a record vote on that.
Okay.
Well, I share those same concerns. Right now, the size of the park is a pocket park. It's less than 1 acre. Connecting them together and doing the street will bring it to 1 acre, and that is in the general classification of a neighborhood park. And so when I did research, the amount of money that you spend on these sizes of park is much, much smaller than what is the budget in the CIP at over, almost $4.5 million. And so to spend $4.5 million to $5 million on a 1 acre park in a neighborhood with only street parking, that while beautiful, there's, usually you have an elevated trail or, a bridge because of the terrain. And so I'm just very, very concerned with that extra cost when, budgets are tight. I believe you said, or Serena said something about no new parks. The other thing is, when we're going to talk about spending that much money, I think it's incumbent upon us to look at all parks that are available and making sure that we're taking a holistic view before spending this amount of money on 1 acre. Additionally, I'm concerned about the proposed funding in the CIP, taking it from reserve instead of this level of project. I believe should go to the stakeholders or the voters so that they can have a say in how we spend this level of money. In the last bond, there was, I believe, don't quote me on this, but I think it was in the range of $6 to $7 million for 4 parks that we had in our last bond. And so I just think that it's a lot of money for such a small area. Only on-street parking, if it's supposed to be the level of a community or a regional park, we're not really planning for the number of people that would be attracted to this type of park and this much money. So while I'm totally in favor of improving parks as we're financially able to, and I agree with the base plan, I'm just concerned about the additional thing, and then I also want to reiterate about taking it to the voters. So thank you.
And I just, if I may, I do great advice. Thank you both. We're not opposed at all at taking it forward in a bond package. And
thank you. Yeah. Because there are other things that we've talked about, Lake Pflugerville, as well as the All Abilities Park that was in the bond. And I think we need to make those a priority in our budgets going forward when we have money available for that to do what we promised in 2020 to the voters.
You've been consistent. Yeah. Motion to approve 5H is presented.
Second.
I do appreciate the consistency.
I'm not clear. I can't.
you're approving it for this CIP. You're approving
Master plan.
Just the master
Thank
plan.
you.
Approving the master plan for Old Town Park.
But just to clarify, what the questions I asked is, this is a plan, and then as it
There's
comes
no
forward.
funding identified for
There's
this.
no-
There's
yeah,
no
so
schedule
there-
identified
it would still
for it.
come forward for.
He'll come again.
Thank you.
Make sure it doesn't and try to hide it.
Okay, motion carried.
Next item is 5J, approving a construction contract with Garney Companies, Inc. in the amount of $9,185,585.89 for the Sorrento Wastewater Interceptor Phase 2 project and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
So I pulled this because I would just like to see the presentation, given the, the price tag of $9 million. Sure.
Jeff
Can
Dunsworth.
understand it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Ms. Breland. For the record, Jeff Dunsworth, City Engineer, Assistant Utility Director of the Utility A-Team. We're very focused, very strong, very diligent group, and yet we bring forth another construction contract. We propose 3 more in the next couple of months. This is the contract for the Sorrento Wastewater Interceptor. It's a 36-inch and 18-inch wastewater interceptor. It's on the northern end of the Wilbarger Basin. It's going to relay flows from the Weiss Lift Station, which will be taken out of service upon completion of the Wilbarger Wastewater Treatment Plant, and also the Verona Lift Station, which will be demolished as part of this contract. The competitive seal bid was used as part of the project delivery. Garney Companies, Inc., very competent, very qualified contractor, was determined to be the most qualified, providing the best value for the city. Would recommend your approval. This is a great project. It takes 2 very, environmentally sensitive lift stations out of service. As we all know, gravity is the best way to convey wastewater. It's a lot more cost effective without the maintenance liability associated with lift stations. The Weiss Lift Station is approaching the end of its serviceable life. This is a great project. Without this project, we're going to have a problem seeding the Wilbarger Wastewater Treatment Plant. We'll end up with a stranded facility, $250 million. So these are a key component as far as the interceptor and servicing the Wilbarger Wastewater Treatment Plant. Recommend your approval. I'm here to answer any questions. I have the consultant and the contractor here to assist.
Does this also take the force main offline?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there any possibility to allow Ms. Ryan to go out there and clean up a lift station like we had to?
Sure.
Or a high pressure line?
Yeah. Yeah, we learned
I trust that staff can take care of that.
We learned firsthand how we never want to see a lift station again.
I saw that image, and it's just, I'd like to reiterate to the public and whomever's watching that the flushable wipes, those are not flushable.
They aren't, y'all. They aren't.
They really play havoc on our lift station and on our pumps.
Ugh.
Thank you for the additional information.
Well, you're very welcome.
You good?
Yes, it's $9 million. I wanted to see the.
Motion to approve 5J question mark as presented.
This was
second.
Yeah.
Okay. Already scratched it out, so I didn't know what letter it was.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Okay, motion carried.
Next item is 5L, approving a check request to TxDOT in the amount of $50,011 for construction costs related to the traffic signal system improvement implementation, transportation alternative set aside ADA project, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
So I pulled this item because I had some additional questions after staff answered my original ones, and I just wanted to understand the flow of money and how we're paying for this project and just how it's working, because I was just not following.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm taking the opportunity to introduce Danny McGee, who's our new traffic transportation engineer for the city.
Thank you.
He's going to present on this, and I'm here to answer questions as well.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. As far as the the way this contract is going to be administered, it's a grant from administered through TxDOT for federal money. And the way it works is there's no money that's given to the city. On the contrary, the city will be paying in advance for construction, and then on a monthly basis during construction, we will get reimbursed for that construction. The design, which had happened up to this point, is 100% on the city, and so there's no reimbursement on that part. We are responsible for any overruns in construction, so we'll have to monitor those very closely. And the amount that's before you today, the $50,000, that's to reimburse TxDOT for their work on the project, which is the preliminary engineering and the environmental work that they did.
I'm sorry, could you explain the monthly payment again?
Right now, we're at the point where we're going to go to construction. Go out for bids in the next 2 months or so. Construction hopefully by October or somewhere around there. Once construction starts and our contractor starts, we'll be administering the contract, overseeing the project. Then we pay the contractor once a month from our funds, and that was agreed to in a resolution several years ago. Once we pay the contractor, then we will send an invoice to TxDOT saying so we paid our contractor X amount, and they'll pay us back that money.
Thank you. That was all my questions.
Okay.
Move to approve 5L.
Second.
Motion and second. Motion carried.
Next item is 5M, approving the purchase of trail and accessibility improvements along the Mountain Creek Trail located behind Ambrose Drive by Fund Abounds, Inc. in the amount of $283,856 and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
Is the contractor here? No? Okay. I was looking over the proposal there, and it looks like, I mean, these guys are unfamiliar with Pflugerville. They've got a extra charge if there's a lot of rock, and of course it's Pflugerville. There's a lot of rock. The force majeure clause struck me as extraordinarily broad. Has an exception for acts of governments or government authorities, which is a little broader than you usually see in a force majeure clause.
Yeah.
I noticed that they also had added a exception to the force majeure clause for pandemics, which I think that's probably a new thing. But I don't have a problem with that. But
not them.
But acts of governments or government authorities strikes me as a bit of a reach in the contract. The restocking fee in the contract, in the bid, seems a little high. It's up to 100% of all of the cost of materials.
It's concrete.
The finance charge on there it seems unclear. There's a percentage on there, but it doesn't say, is that finance charge per week, per day, per month, per year? So I'd want to have that clarified. And the site access provision I thought was vague and needed to be more clearly defined. So I would ask that we disapprove 5M as presented and ask them to bring it back to us with their pencil sharpened and some of these vague areas clarified.
I believe your original question is if they were here, if we've used them. So I will say they've done 2 to 3 of ours in the last 5 months. It may be a contract issue, but we haven't had a contractor issue.
Okay, that's fine.
Is there a timeline on this?
I mean, no, you're fine.
Okay, so
does the quote
Can we
expire?
just table it? Or?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Not table it. Move to postpone for a month,
Sorry.
Just
Yeah.
let-
or a month and a half.
Just
I
have
guess,
Charlie
if we
work
don't
with
have-
them.
I'll second that motion.
Can you send your
Okay.
stuff to Charlie?
All right.
I mean, I'd say 2 weeks if we can get it done.
Send,
Why can't
give
we
my notes to Charlie, or maybe
Yeah.
turn it into an email and send
Yeah,
it to
that
you
would be
because
my
my notes are a little.
We're good with
All right,
2 weeks.
I'll do that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right,
No problem.
perfect.
Okay.
weeks?
I won't be here in 2 weeks, so
But don't.
We got
We
you.
will.
we got you back.
You're one of 7.
That sounded like a threat down there.
We meant it out of love.
Yeah.
We got you.
Thank you for finding those clauses, because
Yeah. Well, that's
If we don't
that's
have
why
the-
you have a lawyer on the council, right? We Doug says Rudy and David are supposed to go through and check all the
Motion carried.
And now Doug votes against me. I'm
That's okay.
doing
I mean,
what you asked me to
Not
do.
against you.
I found an and/or, but we solved it before.
Why'd you bring that up publicly? You know how I get about that. All right, next.
Item 5N is approving a resolution authorizing the city manager to apply for and to accept if awarded a fiscal year 2026 Project Safe Neighborhood Grant Award in the amount of $84,000 from the Office of the Governor for sustainment funding of the Pflugerville Police Department's automated license plate reader program.
Okay, my understanding is this is about the Flock program.
That's a name brand. It's called license plate readers.
Okay, but our neighbors to the north have all adopted that, and but the city to the south recently said, "Oh no, we're not doing that."
They did.
Do we have a concern about how that's going to affect the effectiveness of this if we're not sharing data across that wider area?
Let's be clear. My neighborhood was the original test run for this. We had asked for it for some reason. I forgot what was going on from there. It went spectacularly. The city's expanded on this program. It has done extremely well. There were concerns from the county regarding this program. They came and asked, and we said, no, it's done well for us too as well in these other areas. And as you said, it's expanded in these other specific areas. I'd rather not take time to denigrate one other city or another.
I didn't say what city. I said a city to the south of us.
So, but what I would say is that it's done an excellent job keeping our community safe, and particularly as the most diverse city in Central Texas, I think it makes a much difference when we are the ones who come out and say, "Hey, listen, this works well. We trust our police department. We trust the data we're coming from there, and we'd like to move forward with this."
Okay.
All right.
So we don't have any concern that we're going to have negative impact by the non-adoption by other folks. All right. I move to approve 5N.
Second.
I did have someone ask me about cameras. They were concerned about that.
Mr. Mayor, that's the second time tonight you've seconded my motion.
I got your back.
Unlike Kim, it was like, "Oh, we got you."
All right, motion carried. Is that it? We're adjourned.
All right. I said I was going to be home by 8:30.
What? But this agenda